music. Not part of the game. Turn off the now playing. I think I'll keep low energy on because I am still very tired today. Not as tired as yesterday, but not crazy high energy levels. So let me adjust my model positioning. There we go. That's better. Okay. Are we ready for more Willowmist? I am. Hydrate. Because I'm gonna need it. Okay. So, pause that. Save resources. I don't need that. Playing. Alright. Day 3. Sorry, I just had a sushi roll. There's a spicy mayo on it. It's tickling my throat. My throat does feel a little better today, thankfully. So. Alrighty, let's get into this. You woke to a commotion from downstairs that was slowly becoming commonplace around here. Rising out of bed, you dressed, grabbing an apple on the way down for breakfast. Apple. Oh, he's here so early. Florian? Oh. I didn't mean to wake you. We found Florian mopping the floors again and toppled over a suit of armor that had been previously leaning against the back wall, sprawled out on the ground. Sir Florian, you ought to take heed, though I admire your dedication to arriving earlier in the day. It is no use if you cannot perform your duties correctly. It was an accident, okay? What are you doing here so early? Wait, did you go home last night? You did go home last night, didn't you? Oh, did he sleep here? Big girl. Florian. I was busy, alright? You can get off my back about it. There's really nothing to keep you... It's really nothing to keep you that busy here. I would never expect or want you to do that. I haven't been able to sleep anyway. Might as well be doing something useful. Oh, baby girl, I feel you. Sleep's been so difficult lately. Even if you can't sleep, you should be resting. The key to a steadfast body and mind, Sir Florian, is rest. Even if the finest knight cannot protect their charge if they are worn down by exhaustion. Lucille stepped forward and then stood up the fallen suit of armor. A lack of sleep dulls the senses, clouds judgment, and weakens resolve. Trust me, I have seen the strongest falter when they neglect their rest. Yeah, well, good for you knights. Maybe you guys don't have insomnia. Sleepless nights are not foreign to me, but to push yourself without reprieve only invites disaster. I don't like how attacked this is towards me with insomnia issues as of late. She's right. It's not even about the sleep so much, it's about giving yourself a break. You need it. You deserve it after long days of work. After long days of work, especially. I don't want a break. I want to keep busy. Shit, is this self-love? Fuck. I can see that. Florian's hands tightened around the mop handle. Cannot pour from an empty vessel, Sir Florian. You two are way too nosy. I mean, it is kind of my job to be nosy. Just get some rest. Don't worry about work today. Fine. If it gets you off my back, no promises I'll even be able to sleep, though. We do not ask for perfection, only effort. Finally, he leaned. That's That's an interesting choice of word. He leaned the mop against the wall and he ran a hand through his mop of hair. You couldn't help but notice the slightly more defined eye bags under his eyes. He started on his way upstairs. That's my bed, mister? It's awfully forward of you, Florian. What? I know you're tired, but you do have your own bed, don't you? Oh, he's so flustered. Oh, he's so cute. What are you saying? I said I'd show you the attic. The attic. I was just gonna show you before I leave. God! It has nothing to do with your bed. You know, but it could. Fine, but after this, go home. Bitch, he can sleep in my bed. My bed is his bed now. Yeah, whatever. He's so cute. Oh my god. As eclectic as everything else. Not surprised. Dust motes danced through the beams of light that filtered through the stained glass windows at the back of the room. It left a splash of color patterns across. It left a splash of colorful patterns across the jumbled, mismatched antiques that filled the attic. Old trunks, boxes, overflowing with trinkets, well-loved books. Ta-da! The attic. Like I said, Sylvie's been meaning to clean up this crap to sell anyway. And by crap, I mean there's a lot of oregano. There certainly is a lot of stuff. You can say crap. Okay, crap. Fine, there's a lot of crap in here. But I'm sure there's a lot of treasures hidden amongst the crap. Maybe if you squint hard enough. As you moved through the room, your eyes caught something odd. A flash of movement near the shelves. You turned only to find something or someone hanging upside down from the edge of a high shelf. A bright smile and sparkling eyes pointed directly at you. Hey, it's the cute little ghosty. Name's Winnie. Adorable. Ta-da! Ah. Stumbled backwards, barely catching yourself before you tripped over your aunt's collection of used phone books. Before you can even process what happened, the figure slipped, letting out a startled yelp as she tumbled to the floor in a heap. You winced, waiting for the sound of impact, but nothing came. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, wait a minute. That didn't even hurt. Why am I saying ow? Are you okay? The figure popped up immediately, brushing herself off with a sheepish grin. Never better. Another flawless landing by yours truly. You fell. Thank you, thank you. I know my graceful performance was one you'll remember forever. Please hold the applause. Then you noticed that she was ever so slightly transparent. She struck a dramatic pose, hands forming a heart over her chest as she flashed you a dazzling grin. Hello, Sumi. It's exciting to finally meet you. You're in the presence of the future international superstar and idol, Winnie. She twirled in place, but her motion ended with a slight wobble, making you instinctively reach out as though to catch her, but your hands passed right through her. Winnie? Wait a second. You're the girl who was in my room the other night. You're a beautiful woman with adoring fans all over the world? The only fan you have is that one. Florian pointed to an old dusty electric fan that sat in the corner of the room. Oh my god. Boo, you suck. I have loads of fans. Where are they then? Here and there. You wouldn't know them since all you do is sit around in the store every day. That's funny coming from you. Overwhelmed, you sat on the wooden floor staring towards this insane display. Anyway, you can just go away if you're gonna be such a spoiled sport. I want to talk to Sumi. Shoo, Stinky. I'm not Stinky. Hi, hey, why are you sitting on the ground? You're gonna get all dusty. She rushed over, then squatted down beside you. I think the dust is the least of my worries right now. Florian, am I going crazy or something? Maybe, but that has nothing to do with her. So she's real? Unfortunately. I love him. He's so cute. Hey, I'm right here, you know. Why didn't you tell me? Look, I figured you'd find out eventually. She's hard to miss. I'm the only one keeping things lively around here. If it were up to Florian, the whole place would be a ghost town. No pun intended. A ghost in the store. Sure, why not? We got a knight. Why not a ghost too? Aw, your thinking face is so cute. Maybe you should be the super famous internet idol. I'll make one of you. Anyway, I'm really sorry for scaring you. No, you're not. I'm really sorry that scaring you made you get hurt. I really didn't mean for that to happen. I was just kinda had made a bet with Florian over whether or not I could spook you. And now Florian owes me $5. I'm going home. Good luck dealing with that one. And that one, I have a name. That Florian left, heading back downstairs and out of the store. So anyway, now that he's gone, I have something I want you to help me with. You do? Is it like dealing with something you left behind before you... I want to become the most famous internet idol ever. Oh, right, of course. I should have guessed. And if you help me with it, I'll promote the store. It's a win-win for both of us, don't you think? I get all the adoring fans. You get lots of people visiting your store. Come on, what do you say? Pretty, please. Pretty, please. It'll be loads of fun, I promise. I can try. I don't know much about idols or becoming famous, though. Scratch that. I know nothing about idols or becoming famous. Yay, 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 yay. You're the best ever. Now, you're pretty much my manager now. Whoa, I don't know about that, but I can try to help you at the very least. Right now? How about later tonight? I'm about to open the store, but once it closes, I'm free. Yes! Oh, this is gonna be amazing. We'll have to pick out outfits, make videos, maybe even do live streams. Oh, would you do my hair too? Ooh, I have so many ideas already! Maybe we could even make you a theme song. What kind of idol would you be without a theme song? Oh my god. How could I forget a theme song? Can you make music? I played the guitar before. Really? I was 12, but who's asking? Woohoo! I'm so excited! By the way, Winnie, why didn't you introduce yourself sooner? I don't bite. Well, not unless you ask nicely, anyway. Oh, this game. Oh, Florian told me I shouldn't talk to you. Huh? Does he really hate me that much? No, Florian doesn't hate anyone. He's a big softie under all that emo-ish blandness. I know, he is, but he's such a sweetie deep down, I can tell. He gets a little soon. He said you were from out of town and you might not be into the whole, ghost thing. He thought it might be a better idea to wait a little and see what you thought of the town first. What is the whole town hiding a bunch of ghosts? I don't know about. Maybe. I've never met another ghost. Even thinking about meeting a ghost gives me shivers. Honey, you are a ghost. You're afraid of ghosts? Well, yeah, who wouldn't be? And that doesn't seem at all funny to you. What do you mean? Don't worry about it. You stood up from the ground and dusted off your clothes. It really was dusty down there. I better get to work, so... do you hang around in here? I go wherever the fun is. That'll be all over the place now that we know each other. Yippee! That sounds dangerous. Okay. I'll let you get to work for now, but tonight you're all mine, okay? Don't forget, we're gonna make magic happen. Got it. Tonight, magic, sure. I'm all yours. They'll call me Sumi the Wizard with all the magic I'm about to make happen. Excuse me, I'm a witch, thank you. Later, that is. Now I have to be Sumi the shopkeeper. Lady Winona, it is good to see you fine and well. Lucy! Winnie charged forward, then jumped as if to hug Lucille and went straight through her. Ah, one day it'll work. It's the thought that counts. I will prepare my stance for the day it does. They're so cute. That's the spirit. Was that pun intended? That's my secret. I'm pleased to see you have become acquainted with each other. The store was far too quiet without Lady Winona around. Ah, you're making me blush. I'm only speaking the truth. Well, I think you're trying to make me turn red. You're so charming, Lucy. Okay, can I kiss? Just saying. Honestly, it's not charm, Lady Winona. It's simply the way of a knight. Well, I think you're charming and noble and strong and... Are you trying to make Lucille join your group, your idol group or something? Never heard of so many compliments in one breath. Maybe. Just imagine a knight idol. Have you ever heard of something so cute? I fear my talents do not extend to performance arts and cute. I am not. Boo. I think you're plenty cute. Don't you think so, Sumi? You're both cute. You're both cute. Honestly, we might end up with a queue of people outside today just to see the two of you. A whole line of adoring fans? Yay! Lucille nodded seriously. If that's the case, then I shall remain on high alert. Lucille? With increased popularity becomes increased risk. Should a crowd gather at our doors, I will ensure no trouble befalls you or Lady Winona. That's appreciated, but I'm sure not necessary. Oh, Lucille, you should totally be my bodyguard when I go viral. Every idol needs a super cool knight watching their back. If it is a matter of security, I will, of course, fulfill my duty. Do you mean an actual bodyguard or part of your act? Well, picture it. The amazing idol Winnie and her gallant guardian, the unbreakable dame, Lucille de Rosario of the Order of the Crown. That title keeps getting longer and longer. Good branding is key, don't you think? If my presence lends credibility to your efforts, I shall assist in what way I can. However, should any real danger arise, I will take my duty most seriously. I would not let harm befall either of you. You smiled, shaking your head, as Winnie practically sparkled with joy. All right. Let's focus on opening the store first. If a horde of admirers shows up, I trust Lucille to keep us all safe. You have my word. Oh, I'll handle the fans. This is so going to be our big break. I'm not sure ghost idols to be come with fans, but that's all right. Time to get to it. Let's sort through storage in the morning, and then we man the counter in the afternoon. Here we go. You moved aside a cardboard box filled with old newspapers, and a cloud of dust puffed out, making you cough. She really has a lot of stuff. Luckily, stuff is exactly what I need right now. Peeled open the box underneath the old newspapers, carefully cutting away the tape that kept it shut. Peering inside, you saw what looked like a collection of photo frames. Digging through, most seemed to be empty, though a few were still filled with old, faded photographs. Your eyes caught one and lifted it out. Inside the frame was the photo of two children, likely no older than 10. Both had bright orange hair, one wild and curly, the other cut into a bob. They wrapped their arms around each other and smiled brightly at the camera. Mom and Aunt Sylvie? You two used to be so close. You held the photo up, staring at your aunt's youthful, carefree smile. She'd always been like that, smiling and laughing. The kind of person who could light up the entire room. Your mom, too. She had a slightly more tame smile on her face, but a wide one nonetheless. She looked so young, so happy. What changed? These days, she seemed so tired. She was the best mom you could have asked for, but you just wanted to see her smile. Really smile, like she was in the photo. You stared a little longer, then carefully set aside the frame. It wouldn't do for it to stay here, hidden away and collecting dust. It belonged on display, not in a box. As you moved aside the photograph, a piece of paper slipped out from the back of the frame. It was nothing more than a scrap of paper with crumpled edges and a few stains, and writing so faded it was barely legible. It read, "No matter which of us is chosen, I'll still love you, I promise." Childish scrawl, but written with such determination. You wonder who wrote this. Maybe it was your aunt, maybe it was your mom. Carefully, you tucked the note back into the frame and put it aside. Interesting. Skill point available. Oh. Ability to negotiate and sweet talk customers. Charm increases the chance of customers paying more during haggling, buying more than one item, and offers you better deals on the markets and auctions. Knack for being the right place at the right time. Luck increases the chances of rare items appearing in markets, auctions, and random events. Steady hand and a talent for repairs. Handiwork boosts the quality of restored items and increases the odds of getting the shop sparkling clean. Okay. An eye for presentation and flair for arrangement. Style draws more customers to the shop and makes the wares more appealing, raising your chance at making a sale. Okay. I want to do smarts first, I think. Because then we can price. The pricing will be a little bit easier. Cute. Oh my god. I love this. Somebody we haven't met yet. Okay. That you turned back to your room. You turned back to the room and continued your sorting. You begin searching through your aunt's collection. Unfortunately, you don't find anything worth selling today. I think we'll keep that as is, I guess. You get seated behind the counter, ready for today's customers. The bell chimes, and a customer comes inside. Welcome. I figured she would like that. She seemed like the type to want that rabbit. I think I'll buy it from my mom. Yippee! This was fun. See you next time. Hello. I was nearby, so I thought I'd take a quick look around. Welcome. The Christmas bell brooch has more charm than I'd like to admit. Reasonable enough. I'll take it off your hands. Yippee! Sold all our stuff. Shit. We need more stuff, guys. He stretched, hearing a pop from a joint somewhere you didn't want to think about too much as someone entered through the front door. Too real. Ah! Oh god, he looks so cute! Look at him! Oh, he looks so cute in his casual clothes! Anyway. What are you doing here? Don't tell me I had to put you in timeout. Timeout? How old do you think I am? I left something here this morning. I was just coming to pick it up. Hmm? Oh, what do you mean, hmm? It's not like I came back because I missed you or anything. Oh yeah? Says the tsundere. Hmm? Fine, I guess that's a sufficient reason for you to be back. But you better go home straight away. God, you're worse than my mother. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Actually, do you live far away? Why? I was just wondering. Not really. 10 minutes or so from here. You checked back and forth. You couldn't see Winnie anywhere in the room. Can we talk? Thought you wanted me to leave. Just for a minute. Guess it's inevitable, sure. What is it? There's real life ghost living in the store, and Lucille claims to be a time traveler, and I believe her for some reason. Yep. Just yep. I don't know what you want me to say. Yes, Winnie's a ghost, and yes, Lucille is a knight. How? Why? What's going on here? Did my aunt know? Of course she did. She knows everything that goes on in this town. That's just kind of woman she is. Really, this whole antique store rubbish is mostly a front. Front for what? You're not gonna tell me this is something illegal, are you? I really don't want to go to prison if this is a setup. What? No. Willowmist is full of people who don't fit in. People who are running away from something or don't blend into a normal society. Sylvie helps them. The town depends on her. She's a problem solver, I guess. She's the one that makes this town a place where people can exist without having to explain themselves. So the people in town, they're all like Winnie and Lucille? Not all of them, but a lot, yeah. But everyone knows? I guess some of them do. Some of them don't. Some of them don't want to know. Not everyone in Willowmist is like that, but they get it in their own way. I don't know. It's more like people just don't ask. And you're just okay with that? Why wouldn't I be? It's a lot to take in. You get used to it. He sighed, running a hand through your hair. Or don't. Just let things happen. You're here for what, 3 months? You'll be fine. He exhaled deeply before leveling a look at Florian. Okay, so what about you? What about me? You said a lot of people here don't fit in. What's your deal then? A beat of silence. Florian's expression didn't change, but there was something just a little too measured about it now. I just work here. You just work here? Yep. No tragic backstory, no running from the past, no big secret. Nope. Liar. Florian. Sumi. Fine, be mysterious, but I'm on to you. There's nothing to be mysterious about. I just happen to be born here. Anyway, you told me to leave, so I'm leaving. Wait. I meant to do what she does. Now what I know, Sylvie doesn't tell me shit. I can hardly help myself, let alone an entire town of people. You don't need to help everyone. It's kind of the whole point, though, isn't it? My aunt did. Florian sighed, shifting his weight slightly as he rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, well, you're not her. Wow, thanks. That's not what I meant. For a second, he hesitated, his fingers tightening slightly against his sleeve. Then, a quieter voice, he spoke again. Look, even if you only help one person, it's worth it. His tone was uncharacteristically earnest. No sarcasm, no sighing frustration, just something quiet and certain. You blinked at him, momentarily taken aback. That's surprisingly optimistic coming from you. He shoved his hands into his pockets, glancing away as if embarrassed by his own sincerity. God, he's so cute, duh! Ah! I want to kiss him. Not everything has to be a grand gesture. Not everything has to fix something. Sometimes just being there, just doing one good thing is enough. Sounds like something my aunt would say. Maybe it was. Did you believe her? Maybe. You smiled, exhaling softly before shaking your head. You're a weird guy, Florian. Yeah, well, you work here now, so you're one of us. Now I'm really going. Night. Night, Florian. Let me walk you out. I want to kiss him, damn it. He's so fucking cute. The two of you found your way downstairs, wood groaning beneath your feet. Ooh, coming out of your room together at night? How scandalous. Shut up, I'm leaving. Have a nice night, Flo Flo. Not my name. The door shut soundlessly behind him as he left. He's such a spoil sport. Well, whatever. We've got the whole place to ourselves now. We should throw a party or something. Does a party in an antiques... A party in an antique store does sound pretty cool. I'll put you in charge of planning that, eh? Do you think we can get a disco ball in here? Hell, my aunt probably has one stashed away somewhere, knowing her. Disco balls and parties can come later, though. Didn't you want my help with something? Oh, right. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Come on, come on, come on. She grabbed you by the hand, but her fingers went straight through yours. It did leave you with a cold, numb feeling in your hand, though, which you found pretty cool. Let's go! She charged upstairs, and you trailed behind, ready for a troublesome night ahead of you. Your place is so cool. Sylvie didn't like me coming up here, you know? This is my first chance to have a proper look around. Why not? What did you do? What? Who said I did anything? Well, did you? I think it's because I'd stand at the end of her bed in the middle of the night. It kind of spooked her a little. Okay, I can now see why she wouldn't like that. I was messing around. I won't do that to you, though. I promise. Pinky promise, but, you know. She wiggled her semi-translucent pinky in front of your face. Anyway, do you have a computer? I do. I brought my laptop with me, luckily. I don't know what I'd do without it. Yes! Finally! Sit down at your desk, swinging around in the chair to log in. What's step 1 of becoming an idol, then? Getting famous, I guess? Selling out a giant arena for my concert? Okay, I don't know much about idols, but I think there's some steps before that. Did you at least decide on a name, at least? You had a few ideas earlier, but... Well, I have been thinking about it. Winnie, the super cool idol? Denied. What? I thought that one was a good one. How about something more like... something that highlights your draw. The ghost of Winnie. With a star in the middle. Might be cute. Oh, mysterious, intriguing, cute. And accurate to boot. Hopefully, people don't question the fact that you're slightly transparent too much. That could cause some trouble. Okay. How about this? She got into position, arms wide, a huge grin on her face. Hello, my little ghostlings. Ghost Winnie is here. She pulled another pose, making a star symbol with her hands in front of her. How's that? Perfect. Wow, you already got that down. Really? Does it look cool? Mysterious? Yep, cool and mysterious, with a dash of cute for good measure. Yay! Okay, Ghost Winnie, we've got the name down. I suppose the next thing to do is make social media accounts so you actually have somewhere to be an idol. Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and Twitch. To fucking change. The off-brand stuff is so good. I love it. Anyway. Do you want to make videos? Of course. Got it. I'll start setting those up. Do you have an email address already? Maybe? We should probably just make a new one. You maybe have an email? I can't really remember. I'll write a new email too. Tapped away at your keyboard, getting to work. So, Winnie, can I ask you something? I'm an open book. Well, you're a ghost. That's not a question, silly. I wasn't done yet. Are you dead? Ooh, I'm a scary dead person. I don't know. To be honest, I don't have any memories of my life. Probably ghosts are usually dead, right? You lost your memories? I guess so. Or maybe I didn't have any in the first place? Who knows? She's very nonchalant about it. That doesn't bother you? Why would it? I'm all for the here and now. I guess it's a good way to live. You know what I mean. What's with the superstar idol thing then? I thought it was some kind of like unfulfilled dream of yours. Maybe it was. Honestly, I just felt like the store is boring sometimes, you know? So I was brainstorming ways I could help liven the place up, and bam! I saw this old magazine with a super cool idol on the front cover. Sylvie Wilby thought it'd be a good idea for me to pursue, but she didn't have a computer. So I'm glad you're here now. It's original, at the very least. Can't say I know many antique store ghost idols. I'll have the market cornered before you know it. But really, one magazine cover is all it took. Sometimes that's all you need, dude. Inspiration strikes quickly, you know, but maybe I was looking for my thing. I understand that. I think I'm still looking. Isn't selling antiques your thing? Maybe it will be. We'll see. So the idol thing is only recent? I've had the idea for a couple weeks now. I've been brainstorming all kinds of things while waiting for you. Waiting for me? Sylvie said you were coming. She said you'd be able to help. So she signed me up for this ahead of time. Well, I don't really mind. Anyway, I was born to be a star. I think I was probably a pop sensation in my past life, or maybe a famous actor, or both. Chuckled, shaking your head as you turned away from your laptop. Alright, well, your social media is ready. You're officially one step closer to world domination. This is so exciting. What's next? What's next? What's next? Maybe a profile picture? I can take a photo of you. Wait, do you come up in photos? Of course I do. I'm not a vampire, silly. Thank God. Imagine trying to figure out how to market an invisible person online. Lifted your phone up, angling it towards Winnie, who instantly struck a dramatic pose, tilting her head to the side with an exaggerated wink. Cheese! God, she's so cute. She's adorable. I want to squish her little face. You snapped a photo, checking the screen. Sure enough, she was there, only ever so slightly transparent. If you didn't know she was Ghost, you would likely have guessed it from... You wouldn't have guessed from this picture. Let me see, let me see. He turned the phone screen around her, and she practically bounced up and down in place. So cute! Sumi, you're such a good photographer. Well, I think anyone could do this much, but I'm not one to turn down praise. Thanks to the subject material. Thanks to the subject, really. What can I say? A pretty girl will take a pretty photo. Oh, is that so? You think I'm pretty? If I didn't know any better, I think you were flirting with me, Sumi. If I was? You're confessing so boldly? What would all my fans say? suppose I'll have to start fearing for my life soon. I know what idol fans are like. It'll be our little secret then. What are you proposing? A secret manager-idol relationship? What? No, I mean your secret. Like, your secret little crush on me, obviously. Woody flailed dramatically, floating backwards as if she needed physical space to recover from your words. Her expression was somewhere between flustered and delighted. Oh, she's so cute. Oh my god. Now you're making me all flustered. God. I'm just messing with you. Think of it as payback for making me drop the glass the other night. Right, of course. I knew you were kidding. Not a bad prank. I can totally do better. Hey, we're even now. For now, let's upload your new profile picture. There. Looking good, Woody. Now we just need content. You said you wanted to do videos. Yep, I should probably, figure out what kind of idol I am. Am I the cool, mysterious type or the super high energy, cheerful kind? I mean, that seems pretty obvious to me, but more importantly, who do you want to be? We paused for a second at that. It was a brief, so brief that you might have missed it if you weren't paying attention. That's a good question, huh? Well, guess we'll just find out along the way. That's what makes it fun. Well, you quite literally have all the time in the world to work it out. There's no rush. Take some time thinking about what you want your first post to be too. Right, I should do some brainstorming. I got it. You brainstormed for like 3 seconds. What can I say? I'm obviously just a natural. So here's the idea. I'll pretend I'm putting on a show, and you can pretend to be in the crowd recording right here in the store. If we post online, it'll totally go viral. Oh, like a fan cam. Yeah, like that. You don't know what a fan cam is, do you? Maybe it's lost with the rest of my memories. It's just a fan recording of a performance. They're pretty popular online. Alright, I can do that. What are you actually going to do, though? It's a surprise! Are you excited? I don't think I could get any more excited if I tried. Come on, let's go do it then. Oh, you know what? I need to take meds real quick. It'll help with the dry mouth. Okay. Isn't it a little dark for something like this? Concerts are usually dark, I think. Don't worry, it's going to add to the atmosphere. Just use your phone torch or something. With that, she stepped up onto the counter, not paying any mind to any of the items there. Which was fine, really, considering she just passed straight through them. Ready? I'll start recording. Mic check, mic check. You don't even have a mic. I'm practicing. Hello, Willowmist. I'm Winnie. No, that's not right. Start again. Hello, my little ghostlings. Ghost Winnie is here, your favorite spirit from the beyond the grave. Ooh. Winnie twirled around, throwing her arms out like she was greeting an arena of adoring fans. Woo, Winnie, we love you! Today, I'll be singing my debut single, Fall Right Into Place. Winnie took a deep breath, and then, just like that, her usual energy faded. Her playful grin softened into something more thoughtful, more wistful. She began to sing. Do we get a whole thing? Ah, look at her! She's so cute! From songbirds in the treetops to the valleys down below, every living creature has beauty to show. She sang with all the passion of a girl with no place to call home. Her voice was light, sweet, airy, but there was a depth beneath it, a kind of a yearning woven between the notes. The creaking of the floorboards play a timeless melody. I wonder about the future that is waiting for me. She held one hand out as if she were reaching for something or someone just out of grasp. Her voice carried through the still air, filling the empty space. Cheer her on. Woo, Winnie, you're amazing! You got this. A spark of surprise lit up in Winnie's face before shifting into pure, radiant delight. Thank you, thank you. I dedicate this next verse to my #1 fan. I can't shake off this feeling of sweet mystery, like all the snowy mountaintops were made alive for me. Every bone in my being is begging to stay, like all my broken puzzle pieces fall right into place. As she hit her final notes, Winnie's eyes fluttered shut. She let the sound settle into the stillness of the room. Then she cracked one eye open, grinning. So, how was it? I quickly stopped the recording. Hopefully I got it all. Kinda forgot halfway through why we were doing this. That was beautiful, Winnie. Yay! Yippee! Where did that sound come from? My mouth? Okay, comedian, I know that much. Did you write it? I think so. I hope so. It's when I first got here, it was in my head. Maybe it's a memory, I'm not sure. But it's pretty, right? It's gorgeous. You're an amazing singer. Well, I wouldn't be a very good idol if I couldn't sing. That's true. I just didn't realize you were that good. You leaned back against the counter, arms crossed, as Winnie descended to stand beside you. A memory, huh? Music is a pretty powerful thing. Wonder if it means something. I've always been destined to be famous? Maybe. It's kind of funny, huh? What is? That I have no clue who I was, but I remember a song. Well, maybe it was important to you. Something you held on to, even after everything else faded away, like a little keepsake. Winnie hummed, rocking back and forth on her heels, or, well, floating in place as if she had heels to rock on. So, for once, she didn't immediately follow up with a joke. She just thought about it, hands clasped behind her back. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, anything's possible, right? It's a little bittersweet. No, it's all sweet. Don't worry about the sad stuff, Sumi. I don't care if I remember or not. All that matters is I'm going to be a superstar. How did the recording turn out? Oh, I think it's good. I'll have to clean it up a little before it's ready to post, though. I can add some special effects, too. Strobe lights, fireworks, a backing track? Okay, temper your expectations a little there. I'm no professional. Winnie grinned nearly from ear to ear, and you were sure it was contagious as you found yourself smiling back. The yawn escaped your lips inadvertently. Tired? All this fame and stuff really wears you out, huh? It's been a long day, and you must be more exhausted than me. Not at all. I could sing all night. Might need to come up with some more songs first, so you don't get tired. Nope, I can't even remember what sleep feels like. Man, that would be helpful. It's pretty cool, huh? Another perk of being a ghost. Doesn't it get lonely? Huh? Oh, sorry. I kind of slipped out. I just mean, while everyone else is sleeping, it must be very quiet around the store. If anything, it's just super boring. Luckily, Florian is usually around, but not tonight, huh? Ooh. I'd keep you company if I didn't need to be up first thing in the morning. It's okay, Sumi. I'll keep practicing for my big debut. I won't be bored tonight. As your client slash business partner slash soon-to-be worldwide idol slash friend, I officially declare that your shift is over. Why, thank you, my esteemed Winnie. Ooh, I like how that sounds. Oh, if we're not careful, idol thing will turn into a cult thing, which honestly, I'm down for. Maybe we hold off. But maybe we hold off for now. I'll get some sleep then. Good night, superstar. Night, Sumi. Rest up. Let me know when you finish editing my debut recording too, alright? You got it. Oh, by the way, thanks for helping me get your letter down from the... By the way, thanks for helping me get your letter down from the top of my dresser last night. Huh? What do you... I mean, sure. Good night, Sumi. And just like that, Winnie floated up through the ceiling. Cute. A ghost idol. What a weird life I'm living. Well, at least I won't get bored around here. With that, you headed back upstairs. You stepped into your room, promptly flopped down on the couch, exhaustion overtaking you. That day. Between dealing with customers, meeting and helping Winnie with her idol stuff, and everything with Florian, you were left with little energy for yourself. You let your head come to rest on the back of the chair and closed your eyes. For just a moment, you told yourself you just wanted to rest your eyes. Just a minute, I'll get dinner and go to bed. And just like that, you fell into a light sleep. Honk shoo! Oh, upstairs. Wake up. Follow rustling leaves. Destiny. Find it. Okay. Your eyes open up Your eyes shoot open as a soft, insistent whisper rippled through your mind. First thing you noticed was a cool draft brushing against your skin. And in the dim light in your room, you saw something strange. A scattering of autumn leaves swirling in gentle motion, round and around, as if the world's gentlest tornado was inside your room, and you were in the center of it. What the hell? Winnie, is that you? No reply came. You felt an inexplicable pull, like a magnetic draw urging you to stand. Got to your feet, and the swirling leaves followed you as if you were commanding them. Which you weren't, as far as you were aware. But you looked out the window, and the wind didn't seem to be coming from there. Winnie, is this some kind of practical joke? If is, you got me. That pull continued, almost as if dragging you to the door. Swallowing hard, you followed it. Out of the door and upstairs. You had expected to see Winnie when you entered the room, but you found the attic empty. The pull continued, dragging you further into the room, relentlessly. Dust motes danced in the beam of moonlight that streamed through the stained glass window as you made your way to one of the dressers, pushing aside boxes in your path. The closer you got, the more the temperature seemed to drop. The leaves twirling around you began to glow. Cautiously, you reached out and brushed your fingers against the smooth wood of the dresser, your heart pounding. It was icy to the touch, much colder than you would have expected. With a deep breath, you pulled open the drawer and found a book. It looked old, leather-bound, with no writing on the front or spine you could see. Carefully and steadily, you reached and took it from its place in the drawer, blowing off layers of dust off the surface. As soon as you made contact with it, the leaves swirling around you exploded into gold dust, shimmering through the air before coming to rest on the wooden floor. The temperature of the room returned to normal, and you were left once again exhausted. Strange book in hand, you made your way back to your bedroom. We just find a magic book? You set this book on the small dining table in the kitchen. And changed into your pajamas. Whatever strange thing was going on now could certainly wait until morning. You crawled into bed, heart still racing, closed your eyes. Despite the adrenaline running through your veins, weariness overtook you, and soon enough you fell back into a much deeper sleep. Well, that's not suspicious or anything. There's some witchy shit going on here, dude. Sing-songy chirping of a group of small bluebirds on your windowsill woke you from your sleep. You sat up and yawned, stretching out your shoulders with a pop. I'm sure that's not meant to pop. Rubbing your bleary eyes, memories of last night suddenly resurfaced. Filled with alarm, you searched out the book you found and noticed that there was nothing on your table anymore. Was that all a dream? Gotta need to stop watching TV or something? Abruptly, the book fell onto your lap as if someone had dropped it. A very familiar leather-bound book. What the? Does this place have a second ghost or something? Absent-mindedly began to flick through the pages, but instead of being greeted with a journal like you expected, you found a strange, intricate drawings, almost like sigils. It looked old, incredibly well kept, and you couldn't read a word of it. You flicked to the front, and in the bottom corner of the page was a single word, or in this case, a name. Marigold. Huh. Is this on Sylvie's? Just what's going on around here? Ghosts and knights, sure, but people around here are different. Does that mean she was too? It did make sense to you, kind of. Your aunt was a little strange in a curious way. Okay, Mr. Book, I'm going to leave you here, but I'll come back to you later tonight, I promise. There's no need to follow me around the store, alright? I've got work to do, but trust me, I have a date tonight, alright? Don't go anywhere. You set the leather-bound book carefully on your desk, taking a note exactly where you left it. All you wanted to do at that moment was find answers, but instead you turned to your door. There was work to be done. Inventory needed sorting, bills to be paid, customers waited to come spend their hard-earned money and talk to you, apparently, since that's what your aunt did, helped people. We're gonna have to sort through storage again because we don't have anything to sell. It's gonna have to be these because there's no guarantee that I find something up there, right? So we're just gonna have to do that, I guess. Whoop. What happened? That was weird. What the heck? A little buggy. What? It keeps happening when I was scrolling up. So let's not do that by accident. You begin searching through your aunt's collection. Unfortunately, you don't find anything worth selling today. Shit. You had stepped away from the counter to grab lunch when the door opened and Florian came once again, covered once again with his sunglasses and bucket hat. Florian! Hey. How are you feeling? Did you get some sleep? The deep-set bags under his eyes didn't look very promising. I'm fine enough to work. Oh, honey. Well, if you say so, but you should think about going to see a doctor or something if it continues. Didn't I tell you to stop worrying about me? Yeah, but no one said I had to listen. Good day, Sir Florian. Pray forgive my intrusion, but might I inquire about this peculiar contraption you have hanging from your pocket? I have never seen its like before. Lucille stepped over from the side of the store, her helmet under arm. Her gesture towards a pair of headphones connected to Florian's pocket, which was half hanging out of his pocket. It's a pair of headphones. headphones. A peculiar name. I have heard of a phone owing to Lady Sylvie, but not these headphones. They're tiny mini phones that you put into your ears, and they screen you in your brain. Winnie popped up from out of nowhere, grinning at Lucille. Is that so? What? No, she's bullshitting you. They're just little speakers. You have to be careful, or the tiny phones will invade your ears and take over your mind. Well, that is quite terrifying, Lady Winona. I believe I will keep my distance from these headphones. I'm telling you, she's lying. Look, you listen to music through them. Florian held the headphones out to Lucille, who raised a hand. My warmest thanks, but I believe it is best to let my ears remain free of such intrusions. Why do you never listen to me? She's playing a trick on you. I do not believe Lady Winona would lead me astray. And I would. They really are just for listening to music. When he's messing with you, they're just for listening to music. You might like them. Thank you, Sumi. But if that's truly the case, there are plenty of music to hear without using technology. I do not understand. The singing of birds, the rustling of leaves. I believe I will make do for now. Man, I'm too tired for this shit. Perhaps a caffeinated beverage would be of assistance, Sir Florian. I shall go fetch one. Shall I go fetch you one, Sumi? Hot chocolate. Let's do that. There will be that will be no problem. Lady Winona, I apologize. I cannot offer you a beverage too. It's okay, Lucy. I'll just enjoy it from afar. You really don't need to. I shall be back post-haste. At that, Lucille left out of the front door, springing her step. I'm gonna keep practicing. Bye-bye, lazy bones. When he floated back up and through the ceiling, you weren't sure you'd ever get used to that. Seriously, though, are you doing alright? It's some personal shit. It has nothing to do with work. Alright, but don't overwork yourself too much, yeah? Actually, I'm glad we have a second alone. I wanted to talk to you. Why? I guess you're kind of the person I know best in town. Why? I'm not the kind of person that people confide in. I disagree. You're really easy to talk to. What is it? I found something. Congratulations. Would you prefer a ribbon or a medal? Is both an option? No. Damn, you got me all excited for no reason. But seriously, I woke up in the middle of the night and there was like a tornado in my room. Right, a tornado in your room. You're not taking me seriously right now. No shit. You're telling me there was a tornado in your room? Okay, listen. Not a tornado exactly, but a lot of wind and leaves, and they were swirling around me. Uh-huh. And they led me to a book. A book I can't read, but that doesn't matter right now. As soon as I touched it, it all disappeared. What's going on here? Are you an idiot or something? Whoa, where's that coming from? And yeah, probably. I told you, this town is full of all kinds of people, that includes your aunt. There's probably a reason she wanted you to come take over. She always has a reason, she just never actually tells anyone about them. I think she gets off on leaving people confused. It's just a week ago, if you told me that ghosts and time-traveling knights and magic books existed, I would call you crazy. Now I'm just meant to accept all of them. I don't know, you're doing a pretty good job of it. Am I? Do you like Winnie and Lucille? Of course, they're both great. So who cares if they're a little different? And what about me? Maybe you're a little different too, doesn't matter. Well, no, but it's just kind of tossing everything I thought I knew to the wind. Yeah, well, that's life. One day you're a normal person doing normal shit, and then next everything's turned upside down without your permission. Speaking from experience, baby girl. Look at that sad little face. God, this game. Predicting me. I don't know what you're talking about. If you say so. Anyway, thanks, Florian. I guess I just have to be open-minded. I mean, I can't just not believe any of it's true, seeing the evidence right in front of my eyes. Can't wish away fighting off a tornado in your bedroom. It wasn't like that. My apologies for the wait, my friends. What wait? You were gone for all of 5 minutes. A midday jog helps me clear my mind. Please enjoy. She placed down a small tray on the counter with 3 drinks carefully tucked into it. You quickly took yours, glad for it, and Lucille picked up something floral smelling. What you got there? The shopkeep called it whiteberry forest tea. I will admit I have not yet tried such a thing, but I tend to keep away from coffee. Said you didn't have to get me anything. It would be unbecoming of a knight to offer a drink to Sumi and not you, Sir Florian, please. I'm not thirsty. Truly? Then I apologize. I did not mean to make you uncomfortable. It's not... Ugh. With a grumble, Florian picked up his drink. It smelled like strong, dark, rich coffee. There, are you happy now? I got work to do. With that, he took off, coffee in hand. He's gonna go dump that shit out somewhere. Is he always so pleasant? If by pleasant you mean acts like some knave had defiled his morning gruel, then yes, Sir Florian has been rather somber from the moment we met some months ago now. Well, I guess even grumpy is charming in its own way. I'm sure he has his reasons. That is true. If I were to speak my mind, I would say he holds little belief in himself, unfortunately, though I do not know the circumstances that have led him to think like that. Regardless, under his solemn exterior, he is full of kindness. He has been kind to me since I got here. I'm with you there. He might roll his eyes or grumble a little, but he's always stuff to help me when I need it. Now, that is enough idle rest. I must take my watch and secure the perimeter of this establishment. Wait, you barely had a break. You were running an errand. Though my respite was brief, the call of duty is constant. I would not delay this in safeguarding you in this store. Lucille bowed low to you before leaving out the front door once again. Back to work, I guess. You're sweeping up under the table when you notice something. A sock with rainbow stripes and polka dots. It seemed strangely out of place among all the dusty antiques, but perhaps someone had dropped it by accident. Is this? Oh, Sylvie's doesn't really seem like her style. You bent down lower and noticed a second sock and a third, and none of them matching, of course, which did lead to believe that they could belong to your aunt. She did seem to like the kind of person who could pull off mismatched socks, after all. Your eyes searched around the store, seeking out any further stray socks. Search for the socks. Whatcha! Yippee! There, peeking out from beneath a stack of old magazines, you reached under, pulled out another sock, this time decorated with cartoon penguins. Then you noticed another and another, all in an almost suspicious line leading you to, there, at the edge of the counter, a basket filled to the brim with mismatched socks. You tipped it upside down, watched as dozens, then hundreds of socks began to spill out, cover the counter, and then the floor. You flipped the basket back over to find it just as full as when you began. No worse for wear from the massive avalanche of socks that had just covered the entire storefront. So Auntie has a basket filled with all the lost socks. Okay. Guess someone would find an infinite mismatched socks useful. Oh my god. Projected worth 52 to 180. Sheesh. Okay. A little past 5 p.m., you were sweeping a few stray leaves from the floor when the door pushed open once again. And then 5 more leaves joined you, awaiting their inevitable sweeping. Greetings, Sir Emmett. You have arrived at a most fortuitous time. Sir Florian and I were just debating over whether Sumi would neglect to pay the bills or not this week. You're not supposed to tell anyone that. It was just between us. Do I look forgetful? Do you want me to answer that honestly? No, I'm not sure. Emmett adjusted his glasses, pushing them up from the center with his fingertips. No bills will go unpaid while I'm still contracted. What's that supposed to mean? Everything would fall apart if I fired you? I didn't say that, but you're free to assume what you will. Careful, if you speak to me so nicely, people will think you actually enjoy my company. My apologies, we wouldn't want that now, would we? Now, I will set up my computer at the counter. We can go through the books together. I did bring my own laptop, if that would make things easier. It would stop me from having to come assist you every week. Yes, Miss Marigold never did have any interest in technology. Is that common? Clients not using software that actually allows me to do my job? You would be astounded. But no, Miss Marigold has always been the most difficult of the bunch. So you don't visit your other clients multiple times a week? No. Am I special then? If you have a laptop that's usable for the store, then I'm afraid not. Fine, it's upstairs. Should I bring it down? Upstairs is adequate. A quieter location might be a good idea. And it looked sideways where Florian and Winnie were currently discussing a new movie that had been released, and then towards Lucille, who was sharpening her sword. Probably a good idea. You two headed upstairs and into your apartment. Home sweet home. Can I get you something to drink? A coffee would be fantastic, thank you. Crouch down to look in the back of your aunt's cupboard, and there were around a dozen different kinds of tea, with beautiful little embossed tins and handwritten labels. Your aunt's handwriting? Sure looked like it. Pushing those aside, you found what looked like a 20-year-old container of instant coffee. Oh no. Fair warning, I think this coffee is older than I am. I would expect anything less from the owner of an antique store. Touche. I'm just saying, if you get poisoned, please don't sue me. All I have to pay you with is buttons and pocket lint. I can't say a client has tried to pay me with pocket lint before, but I've been known to accept buttons on occasion. Smile, he's cute. You peered up at him. He'd sat down at your kitchen table at some point, scrutinizing his face. Seriously? No. Why would I accept buttons? It was a joke. Wow, it's actually kind of impressive how you can keep a completely straight face while joking. I thought maybe you worked with the button factory. I do, but they pay me by direct deposit. You do? No, there's no button factories anywhere near Willowmist. Alright, wise guy, how am I meant to know when you're joking, huh? He stood up, quickly pouring both Emmett and yourself a cup of the maybe perhaps kind of out-of-date instant coffee. Here, hope it's still drinkable. If anything, the coffee's just gonna be super weak. Though I guess it would depend on what else is like mixed in with it. But if it was like just say like pure ground up coffee, it just grows weak rather than growing old. Less flavor. Goes stale, more or less. Though since it's instant coffee, it probably has all kinds of preservatives and whatnot. You're just hoping it's still drinkable. You handed him a cup and placed your own down the spot beside his, then collected your laptop, which was still open to Winnie's idle page. Fan of idols? This is for Winnie. Nah, or I guess kinda. This is actually for Winnie. You can see Winnie, right? She's just double checking that that she's not some elaborate prank. Yes, I know her offhandedly. And she's see-through, right? As far as I'm aware, Miss Winona is a ghost. You don't sound awfully concerned by that. There are scarier things in life than ghosts. Like audits. Oh my god. So true, bestie. Anyway, hang on. I'm gonna crack open my strawberries and whipped cream. It's Tuesday. That means it's sushi and strawberry time. Have my sushi, now it's strawberry time. Oh. Oh, fuck, it's so good. I don't know what whipped cream they use, or if they make it themselves, but fuck, it's good. Anyway. Wow. That ought to come with a warning. You're making me shiver. Putting aside the non-work talk, please navigate to this website and download the software. I'll give you a license to use it under my business. Emmett pulled out his own laptop and shows you the download page for some piece of accounting software, which you promptly downloaded. Have you ever used a program like this before? What if I said I had? I would inquire whether you were lying or not. Okay, I haven't. Really? I'm new to all of this, and any guidance you can give me is appreciated. Not to worry, it's rather beginner friendly. You and your aunt's business is quite simple. It's all cash in, cash out. I would suggest continuing to use the book downstairs for keeping track of sales. Miss Marigold will find it more comfortable when she returns, but once a week you can copy the numbers in here. He leaned over slightly, pointing towards the screen. Miss Marigold chooses to pay off her bills weekly. I had suggested monthly or every 2 weeks, but she was adamant about it. These bills will cover water, power, the usual. Payment for your employees is already paid directly out of your aunt's account, so there's no need to worry about that. It saves me a bit of effort. Just make sure to put some time aside every weekend for paying bills. Got it. My weekends are about to go crazy. So just click here to find my bills? No, over here. He leaned over again, and you couldn't help but notice the scent of his cologne. It was almost floral. In fact, if you had to pinpoint the way it smelled, maybe sparkly. Interesting. Distracted, your hands brushed against his for a split second. Time seemed to pause. Emmett quickly pulled his hand back and cleared his throat before continuing like nothing happened. Yes, just there, click on that tab and it will show you an overview of your pending payments for the week. Right, got it. Thanks, Emmett. From here, it should be straightforward. However, since it is your first time, I'll stick around to assist you with filling some of the sales data from the book downstairs. Really? That's awful kind of you. At that, he let out a rare laugh. I'm paid by the hour, Sumi. I wouldn't call it kindness. Oh, I see. Looking to fill up your bank account, huh? Yes, that's the point of running a business, yes. I appreciate the help nonetheless, even if it comes with from a selfish place. Want another coffee before we start, numbers boy? Numbers boy. You like numbers, don't you? Yes, I suppose so. And no, one of those coffees was enough to last me a lifetime, thank you. If I never have to drink another, it will be too soon. Look out the book, then. Feel free to make yourself comfortable. You headed back downstairs and spent the next several hours going through handwritten records of your aunt's left, plus your recent additions. Unfortunately, as Emmett said, it was a rather simple task, just very time-consuming. counting and budgeting. And done. Well, that was fun. Yes, it was, yes. Okay. Now, I'm the one who was joking. I think I'll leave all the numbers to you. That much is obvious. I had to stop you from entering the wrong amount at least a dozen times. Hey, I'm learning. Data entry isn't that hard. What the fuck? Does that mean if it doesn't work out, I won't be getting an apprenticeship at your accounting firm? Spend a few more years studying and maybe you'll have a chance. I had an interview. Wow, what's the point of knowing anyone if you can't get a job through nepotism? I believe that a friendship is required for nepotism to work. Are you saying you don't want to be my friend? And though I'm so effortlessly charming, witty, and funny, I do not have time for friendships, Mr. Marigold, so I apologize, but a nepotistic position at my company is not likely. That's how it seemed when I bumped into... That's not how it seemed when I bumped into you the other night. When you... What do you mean? I knew he was too drunk to remember. At the Silver Oak? You were there? Am I that forgettable? You were sitting a few tables away from me, Lucille, and I were leaving when you told me I was doing a great job at the store and you wanted to see me again. Then you asked me out to dinner. I believe you're confusing me with someone else. Nope, it was definitely you. Lucille saw you too. So that's a no to hanging out? It's late. I believe that our time is up. I will bill Miss Marigold directly for our session. He stood hastily, and the sound of wood scraping against wood echoed through the small room as he threw back his chair and began quickly putting all of his papers and laptop back into a briefcase. Then maybe we could. I should really be on my way. Good night, Sumi. Don't forget to brush your teeth tonight. Brush me. In a hurry. Emmett rushed out the door and down the stairs, leaving you staring at the empty spot where you'd been moments ago. The gay panic! Oh, honey. I knew he was drunk as fuck, dude. Don't forget to brush my teeth. What is it, my mother? Wait, what was that? A folded piece of paper remained on the table. You unfolded it to see a letter addressed to Emmett. Resisting the urge to stoop, you instead folded it back up and found your hands covered in sparkles. What the? Brush them off your shirt and touch the paper again. Once again, covered in sparkles, despite the paper looking crisp and white. Emmett will probably want this. Taking the letter in hand, you dash downstairs. Sparkly, huh? Is he like... Is he like some fae or some shit? Where did he go? Check the business card. Yippee! Look through your pocket, pulled out the business card Emmett had given you a few days prior, flipping it over You found an address listed, quickly inputted it in your phone. There you are. Hopefully you live near your office. You set off on foot, walking through the darkened town. It was a clear night, and the sky was full of more stars than you could count. It was certainly different to back home. You were walking like this in search of Emmett, but slightly distracted by the sight above when you heard a meow. And then another. Where's that come from? Following the noise, you turned into a side street and saw a group of kittens huddled together surrounding a certain man. Oh, don't worry, I brought you food, so there's no need to get violent. There, eat. Emmett was crouched low to the ground, holding a small white plate with bordered with yellow ducks for the tiny group of cats. As the kittens meowed and ate, he stroked them gently, smiling. His normal serious face had been replaced by a softer expression. Well, I wasn't expecting to find my favorite numbers boy feeding strays. What are you doing here? As he spoke, his voice cracked and the kittens scattered, leaving the two of you alone in the dim moonlight. I wasn't following you for no reason. I promise I wasn't just following you. Okay, I suppose I did kind of follow you, but not for anything nefarious. You left something at the store. I just wanted to return it. Really? Here. Sorry for spooking you. You held the letter out to him, and he finally stood up from his crouch position, dusting off his pants. He reached out and took the letter carefully, as if not to tear it. Did you read it? I'm not as nosy as I look. No, I didn't read it, I promise. Unfortunately. Well. Emmett cleared his throat and adjusted his tie before tucking the letter inside his jacket. I apologize for my prior rudeness. This was highly unprofessional of me. I'm not expecting you to be professional outside of our work hours. In fact, I think you could probably loosen up that tie a little even during business. Do you like cats? I suppose you could say that. It's not a yes or a no. They're small and cute. You like small, cute things? You like small and cute things? Is that a crime? No, it's just unexpected. I thought you were more interested in spreadsheets and auditing, not cats. Can a person not like multiple things? Of course. I'm just happy to know something new about you. Getting anything out of you is like talking to a brick wall. Why would you care? Oh, he's blushing, cutie. Do I need a reason to want to get to know someone? Emmett adjusted his glasses and stared at you for a few moments, as if he was waiting for the punchline. Okay, apparently I do. I'm new in town. I'd like to make friends. Is that sufficient? I'm sure there's plenty of people around town who would be thrilled to be friends with you. And that doesn't include you. I'm a busy man. I don't have time for hanging out. Right, I remember. You have no time for friendships, so why were you feeding kittens then? A fair comment. Thank you for returning my letter, Mr. Marigold, but it's late. I really should be getting home now. You should too. Then how about letting me walk you home? There's no need for that. It's hardly a 10-minute walk from here. I know, but there's probably... I know there's probably no need, but I can do it anyway. that, he sighed, and his shoulders drooped. Fine, if it makes you happy. That doesn't mean I consider us friends. The two of you started walking the dark streets. There was a cool breeze, and you pulled your clothes tighter around yourself. How about close acquaintances? We can start there. Great, you won't regret it. You smiled brightly, and Emmett looked at you out of the corner of his eye. So, my close acquaintance, am I allowed to ask you something? If I ask you to not talk to me, you wouldn't do it, would you? I don't talk that much, do I? Emmett remained silent. Oh, wow, ouch, okay. I can't tell if you're joking or not. That's kind of terrifying. But, okay, back to the topic at hand. What was with you the other night? Seriously, I don't think I'm going crazy. I definitely saw you there. I was afraid you'd ask that. Fine. I'll tell you, but this will stay between us. My lips are sealed. I have a low alcohol tolerance. Not surprised. Huh? The normal, non-supernatural answer stunned you at first, and then you were surprised by your own reaction. Why did you expect it to be something different? Wait, that's really it? Why would I lie to you about that? It's embarrassing enough to admit. Oh, look at him, he's so cute. I guess it's just so mundane, like, compared to a ghost or a time-traveling knight. What does that have to do with anything? Oh, don't worry about it. So you really were just drunk the other night? Quinn offered me some of his homemade cider, and I felt embarrassed to turn it down. It was only one drink, but that's all it takes. Oh, honey. You get blackout drunk from one cider? Oh, dear. Darling. I apologize you had to see me that way. It was actually kind of adorable seeing you act so nice, sweet, talkative. Adorable? A 31-year-old man is hardly adorable. Yet there you are, how strange. This is why I try to avoid alcohol. How much does it take you to get drunk exactly? Like one sip? Please do not test that. You can't tell me that all that, then not follow up with a number, Emmett. Where's the fun in that? Oh no. Oh, baby. God, I've already told you too much. Yes, even one sip will do it to me. It's not something I'm proud of. If it helps, I'm not much of a drinker either. That's what the early 20s are for. Now I'm old enough, my bones are creaking. Too real, dude. You can't be more than 25. Oh, are you complimenting me, my dear accountant? Trying to get on my good side? Hardly. 26, actually, but you were close. Look, when 26 hit, that's when all my fucking health issues hit, so... yeah. It was also conveniently when I stopped drinking. What do you doing out here in the middle of nowhere at 26? Was this a year someone wants to get to know me? Well, it's only a simple curiosity. Tell you the truth, I have no clue. You have no clue? I was getting a little burnt out working part-time jobs. Thought maybe some time away from the city would be good for me. Running the store was just a lucky opportunity. I haven't even seen my aunt since I was a kid. It would be like Miss Marigold to leave a near stranger in charge of her business. I don't think she had much of a choice. My grandparents passed away, and Mom, well, I don't talk for some reason. What about you? And you can't weasel out of my invasive questions this time. You asked first. I moved to town a few years ago. With your business? That came after. I arrived in this town with only the clothes on my back. Messy divorce or something? Were you going through a messy divorce or something? That would require me to be married first. Okay, no divorce. What's your story then? Surely a business like yours would be better in a bigger city, right? It's complicated. I needed a new start, and I didn't have much else. This town just seemed quiet. I'd have to agree with that. My previous job was quite intensive. I lived within the same building as I worked and rarely had a day off. I didn't really have life beyond that. Then the opportunity presented itself. So I took it to leave. Was it accounting related? Kind of. Thank you, that's very specific. Emmett suddenly stopped outside a small 2-story high apartment building. There looked to be a sign hanging out front, a Finch advisory. What, are you some kind of workaholic? Yes, but I live above my practice. It's just easier. Even if it was greatly unnecessary, thank you for sending me home. You really didn't have to. Seriously, you didn't. I know I didn't, I just wanted to. You're incredibly strange. Thank you. I did not intend it as a compliment. Well, I'll take it that way. Unsurprising. Thank you for returning my letter and the walk. Good night, Mr. Marigold. Gave you a curt nod and walked back towards the building before stopping in his doorway, suddenly fishing around in his briefcase. Just as you were about to turn around, head back to the store, Emmett cleared his throat and walked back over to you before shoving something in your hand. A small card. You did already give me your business card, but now I have a spare, thanks. I wrote my number on that one. Oh, these blushies, too. Oh, for emergencies only. Emmett pushed his glasses up before turning around and finally entering the building, leaving you standing there alone in the dark streets, the door closed behind him. Flipping over the card in your hand, you could see both mobile number and a personal email address scrawled in messy, loose handwriting. Does this mean we're friends now? A click sounded through the empty street as a window was slightly pulled open ever so slightly. No. I love that. I gotta turn on my light. Clouds are creeping in, so it's a little darker in here now. And then it was shut again. With a smile, you pocketed the card and started on your way back to the store. Yippee! Terms and conditions. Emmet event 1. Where's my Florian event, huh? I want that. I don't know, one of these. Let's do luck. So we can potentially find more items. Yeah. Okay. The shop floor was quiet when you entered. All the lights had been turned off, and the faint glow from the moon illuminated the store. Florian didn't look to be around. Maybe he was cleaning the storeroom, or maybe he'd finally accepted that he was sick and needed to rest. Likely the former. He strode across the store, ready to head upstairs. Sumi, you have returned. Ah! Jesus, Lucille, what are you doing hiding in the dark? Hiding? A knight does not hide. I was merely keeping guard while waiting for your return. It's late. You should be home. In truth, I did attempt to head home earlier, but the town was too quiet. I feared leaving the store unguarded, so I intended to come check on you. Sir Florian informed me that you had gone out and not returned, and I grew concerned. Ah, right. Emmett left something here, so I had to hunt him down. Thanks for coming to check on me, Lucille, but really, it's way outside your pay grade to have to guard me after hours. This is nothing about pay, Sumi. I need no reward, only the knowledge that you are safe and well. Thanks, Lucille. I'm totally fine. In fact, we were talking and I walked Emmett home. I'm not sure how happy he was about the whole thing, but, you know, maybe it's the thought that counts. A novelty, no matter how small, is never wasted. Yeah, I guess that's true. It was kind of fun, too. Lucille placed her helmet on her head and then brushed herself off. Well, if everything is in order, I will take my leave. Do not worry, I will not allow myself to be late tomorrow morning. She bowed low and then started towards the door. Wait, I can walk you home too? Lucille paused for a moment, turned, walked back over to you, placing a hand on her shoulder. And allow you to see yourself home alone after? Nay, I would not. She shook her head. I have the means to protect myself should brigands set upon me. You do not. It would not be fitting. Do not worry, I will be well. Do not worry, I will be well. It is not your duty to escort me to and fro. Something I need. No reward, only the knowledge that you are safe and well. Leave the protection to me, Sumi. While I live and breathe, I will never allow a hair on your head to be harmed. Fine, but one day I'm going to force you to let me look after you. That's a deal. She nodded. You are a stubborn one. Very well, the deal it is. Until next time, then. She's so cute. Why is everybody in this game so cute? She gave you another nod before heading out the front door and disappearing into the night. The sound of the bells chiming faded as the door closed, and once again the store was plunged into silence. You waited for a minute or two till you heard the sound of her footsteps growing distant, and then locked the front door and started back upstairs. Your room was was much as you left it, cluttered by decades and decades of use. It wasn't quite home yet, but it was a nice change from the dingy apartment you called your own for the last few years. You walked over to the kitchen table and closed your laptop. With all the rush chasing after Emmett, you had forgotten that you still had cleaning up to do. With a sigh, you packed up the various papers that still scattered the surface before placing your laptop back on your desk. Wait a second. Where'd the book go? Quickly started searching around your desk and under it, but it was nowhere in sight. Hey, book, where'd you go? I know I didn't imagine you. No response. With a grumble, you began turning the room upside down in search of it, under your bed, in the wardrobe, in every cupboard and drawer, but no matter how hard you searched, it seemed to be missing. Finally exhausted, you sat down at your desk and found it sitting on the surface as if it had never gone missing in the first place. You're messing with me, aren't you? Still, no response. What would have been more surprising is would have been getting a response, really. Alright then, book. Play difficult. See if I care. You picked it up and flicked through the pages. It was the same as before. Page after page of sigils and writing in a script you couldn't read. Hello, bats. One page at a time, you painstakingly searched from high to low for anything you could read. An hour later, you slammed the book down into your desk, frustrated. Nothing. You wanted me to find you, didn't you? Why are you being so difficult now? At that moment, a cloud drifted lazily by. At that moment, a cloud drifted lazily by in the star-filled sky outside, and the moon shone through your window, casting a beam of light onto the desk. The light shone upon the book, and as if a switch had been flipped, the entire book began to glow. The brightness burned your eyes, and you covered them, turning... God, this music is so loud. Turn it down for you guys. The brightness burned your eyes and you covered them, turning away and squeezing your eyelids shut. After a moment, the glow faded and then you looked again. The book was still there, sitting on the desk, but something had changed. Where before you saw a plain used leather, you now saw beautiful gilded edges and intricate embossing. It looked like a piece of art more than a book. But suddenly it snapped closed as if caught in a strong breeze. Oh, well, I never. The book is talking. Okay. The voice echoed from the book, and slowly it began to float off the table, hovering just a few inches in the air. First, you ignore me for an entire day. An entire day. As though I were some common dime-a-dozen grimoire. And now you have the gall to paw through my pages with all the delicacy of an ogre cracking walnuts. Appalling. Simply appalling. It let out a long, suffering sigh. I was created by the finest scribes, imbued with the wisdom of archmages long since reduced to dust, and this is how I am treated, handled like some sordid cookbook filled with peasant recipes for root stew and boiled turnips. If the book could glare, you were sure the book was glaring at you in this moment. Well, have you anything to say for yourself, you crude, tome-mangling barbarian? You're a book. book? A book? Why, you wretched, foul-mannered... Whoa. I need you to... No need to get worked up. God, what am I saying to a book? How are you talking? I am far from a book. I am an archive of ages, a collection of arcane lore, a repository of incantations, So a book. Oh, the sheer depths of your ignorance astound me. One would think even a mind as tragically mundane as yours could grasp such rudimentary concepts. And you must be a so-called wizard or witch or whatever tawdry moniker you humans are calling yourselves these days, yes? No, I'm just... And now you drool upon my pages and mutter incantations with all the grace and of a toad gargling mud. What a joy! This book gives me Grimoire Vice energies. Fucking hilarious. I'm gonna have to top off on hydration. Give me a sec. We are past the 2-hour mark, so my voice is gonna start getting a little rough around the edges. I feel the muscle tension in it. God, I really need my fucking speech therapy, but got the issue of potentially it might not. Because insurance doesn't want to fucking cover it. Probably should have done my tea, but I like my shirty tempo shoulder. I'm a man of simple tastes, and that simple taste is Shirley Temples right now. I ended up getting the 2 liters because they didn't have the cans. They haven't had the cans in like 2 weeks. Like literally any store I visited. Either way, that's so good. I suppose there is a positive side to this. You soon will be likely turn yourself into a particularly stupid-looking beetle, and I will no longer have to deal with your ignorance. Though, truth be told, I doubt anyone would notice the difference. Bitch! What's going on here? What's going on here is that you are an imbecile and an inconsiderate lout. I have been here, patiently awaiting your proper spellcaster for years, only to find myself stuck with some dim-witted oaf who doesn't have the common sense not to handle my pages with their very sweaty, sticky hands. What? Who? What? How? Are you? So, the peasant finally decides to address me as something other than a measly book. Congratulations, truly, on the progress. I am Barnabas, the magnificent, eternal chronicler of magic most high and patron saint of the arcane perfection, linguistic superiority, and grossly unappreciated art of proper book handling. Something you sorely lack. You're a talking spell book. Oh, certainly, if you wish to diminish the grandeur of the mere status of a talking book, then by all means, wallow in the simplistic understanding of the arcane. How someone like you is fit to be my master, I will never understand. The fates truly must despise me. I'm your master. That is how this works. I, the glorious and sublime Barnabas, was created by a powerful magician to assist her in the mastery of her craft. However, when she died, she bound me to her bloodline. Long have I been passed down from generation to generation, waiting to find a master worthy of my knowledge, and somehow, despite all the odds, I have ended up in the possession of a clueless dunderhead. I think you're getting confused. I'm not a witch or wizard or whatever crazy fantasy you've got that head pages of yours. Preposterous. Only a magic practitioner can open my pages, even if magic practitioner is at least the least adept one to have ever lived. You know what? I think I'm gonna put you away in a drawer. Put me away as though I were some mere object. Oh, the audacity. Well, be my guest. At that, you stood, walked across your room, and threw open the top drawer of your dresser. You stuffed him in there with your underwear and slammed it shut. How dare you? This is an affront to the very notion of my being. I say, let me out. Let me out immediately. You're a really cool book, aren't you? Just teleport out. Teleport? I am not a mere parlor trick. I am an object of arcane beauty and masterpiece of craftsmanship and... Yeah, you're a really cool talking book. Fine, have it your way. While you languish in your mundanities, never to know the truth of your potential, I will begin reciting the first 5,000 volumes of the Great Encyclopedia Arcana. Barnabas began to loudly, obnoxiously recite the contents of a series of books you'd never heard of, despite your attempts to cover your ears. Finally, unable to take it any longer, you ripped the drawer open, pulled out the book, and placed it back on your desk. Instantly, Barnabas stopped. All right, enough already. Look, I'm sorry, okay? You're a book. A talking book. It's a little overwhelming. A little overwhelming. Try having someone lick their finger before flicking through your pages. My bad. The book side. Yes, it is very much your bad. Now listen here. Whether you and I like it or not, we are stuck together. I am yours, and you are a master. Barnabas floated up into the air. It is now your duty to continue the line of miracled spellcasters and use the powers I have to offer you to become the most powerful being this town has ever seen. I'm not sure if I want to be some magical overlord. And why not? I was created by a mighty sorceress, and now she is dead. It is your destiny to continue her legacy. Look, I run an antique store. That's kind of what takes up all of my time at the moment. Unless you have some spells in there that'll make me super successful and rich. Right, I keep the give me a vast fortune spell right next to the one for turning people into beetles. Really sarcastic for a book, you know that? I have to be considering my current circumstances. And you're my new master. I'm afraid the sarcasm is likely here to stay. Oh, goody. God, what's happening to my life right now? I'll have you know I was flipping burgers a week ago. A burger flipper? Ugh, no wonder you handled me so roughly. I have spent years and years in the care of some of the most talented wizards and witches in history, and I am handed over to a grease-stained fry cook. Oh, the shame! It's not like I chose you. That makes two of us, then. It's not like I chose you, either. Look, Barnabas, we're not getting anywhere here. Why don't you tell me a little more about yourself? If we get to know each other, maybe we can get along better. Oh, so now you wish to know about me? Excellent social grace, master. The book cleared its throat. As I told you before, I am the great magnificent Barnabas, codex to the once magnificent Marigold line. Why did my aunt never tell me about you? How should I know? She was always a rather distant woman, left me to grow dusty on shelves, a true crime. And you've always been a book? Of course, I'm some of all the magical ever recorded by the Marigold family. Every spell, every enchantment, every bit of knowledge is all kept right here. A dim-witted oaf like you would have no hope of handling all that magic, so I am limited in knowledge I can give to you. If you wish to learn every spell in my repertoire, then you will need to prove to me that through practice and training that you are a worthy recipient. I don't know how much time I'll have for training in between keeping the store afloat and dealing with the locals' problems. That is no fault of mine. Perhaps you should have been born with the aptitude to become a magician instead of menial. Come here. What, and allow you to manhandle me again? Absolutely not. Come on, Barnabas. How am I supposed to practice if I'm not allowed to look at you? Ugh. Fine, but do not dog-ear my pages else I'll make good on my promise to turn you into a beetle. With a huff, Barnabas floated towards you, hovering in the air. You lifted a hand, carefully took the cover before flipping through his pages. While many of the pages were still written in a way you couldn't understand, some pages from the front seemed to be suddenly legible. Do not think that you have gained my trust by any means. If I had hands, they would be on my hips, and I would be giving you the sternest of looks. I am allowing you to peruse my pages only because there is a small chance somewhere within that pea-sized brain of yours there is a shred of talent. Yeah. You don't trust me. I get it. How do I start? Firstly, as you have no experience in the arts whatsoever, I suppose it would be best if you pick one spell to practice. No, actually, I should. Because, let's be frank, your judgment is clearly poor and unreliable. Against my better judgment, I shall alter the contents of my pages to provide a use in your mundane life, as much as it pains me. Barnabas flipped his pages and then, seemingly of his own accord, started glowing with a bright golden light. With this, I have modified the spell Revolatio Obscura. Now, upon successfully casting such a spell, your eyes will have an easier time spotting things that are hidden. If this spell fails, it is because you are, in fact, a worthless talentless excuse for a human and nothing to do with my modifications. So it helps me find things? I can think of a few times that could be useful. Yeah, we need more stuff to sell, dude. Yes, well, if that is all, please put me away somewhere, preferably not where you keep your filthy undergarments. Huh? Wait. You have to teach me how to cast the spell first. Must I? Isn't that the whole point? Isn't that your whole point of existence? My point is to hold information, not hold your hand. Figure it out yourself. Fine, but if I accidentally set the store on fire, it's on you. Pulled out your chair at your desk, sat down, reached out, and grabbed Barnabas. Please don't let my pages be burnt. It would be terribly inconvenient. I'll try, but no promises. Ignoring him, you started studying the page. It detailed how to cast the spell with various diagrams, drawings, and words. As you read, the letters and images seemed to float off the page and into your mind until finally it sunk in. You pulled out a notebook and began scribbling sigils left and right and center, and if this is what magic was like, it was going to be a lot easier than you thought. Once satisfied, you put Barnabas back down onto the table and pushed the chair back. Time for a little field testing. You placed a notebook down on the ground in front of you and stuck out your hand. And Revolatio Obscura. Nothing happened. Revolatio Obscura. Nothing. The groan, you tried one more time, waving your arms wildly about. Revolatio Obscura. Utterly hopeless. Shut up, I have this. You're far from having this. Your pronunciation of that is of that of an illiterate stable boy. Try again. Slowly this time, if you please. Took a deep breath, feeling the way your lungs filled with air and focused on the spell. Revolatio Obscura. A lamp in the corner of the room began to flicker on and off, and the hanging plants near the window gently swayed despite no wind at night. Congratulations, Master. You are truly a master of the craft. The world shall tremble before your might. Hey, it worked. Look at that. I did it. Yes, congratulations on making a lamp flicker. That does mean it worked, right? Yes, the store sits on a magical ley line. There are often side effects to the spells cast here. What spell can I learn next? Ha! What spell? The fledgling asks, as if the entire process were so easy. Please continue to amuse me. What? I cast it, right? You must practice. Even simple spells are fiendishly difficult. I will not stand idly while you butcher them with your lack of skill. When you have more experience, perhaps I will teach you another. Perhaps. Okay, geez. I'll keep practicing whenever I need to find something then, alright? It would be the smartest thing that you've done since I met you. For now, though, I suddenly feel wiped. Yes, well, casting will drain your magical reserves, and until you become more proficient in the simplest of spells, that will require significant focus. Well, I'm too tired for this. I'm going to bed. Ugh. What should I do with you? I'm perfectly capable of looking after myself. Are you capable of yapping less while I try to sleep, or do you need to go back in the drawer? Do not even suggest such a thing. Good night, Barney. Barnabas. Barnabas! Not Barney. Close enough. Slipped into bed, shut your eyes, and waves of tiredness washing over you as you drifted off. The last thing you heard was the sound of a disgruntled book complaining. Learned a new spell. Searching the attic now has a higher chance of finding items. Yes! We need more shit. Hippie! Oh, man. Jaw is crunchy. You had hoped to awaken to the gentle chirping of birds with a sound of breeze rustling through leaves outside your window. Instead, you woke to the sound of a very grumpy, pompous book opening and shutting its cover repeatedly as loudly as possible. Good morning, Master. Oh, I apologize. Did I wake you? It's probably about time for me to get up anyway. Good. It would be a tragedy to waste your morning on slumber. Up, let's get a move on. With a grumble, you pushed the covers aside, swung your legs out of bed, made your way over to your dresser, picked up a change of clothes, then turned back to look at Barnabas, who was sitting on your desk across the room. Do you mind? I'm changing. It is not as if I have eyes, Master. I see the world differently from a base creature like you. Cool. I'd rather you didn't see me get changed in any way. If it pleases you, Master, I will turn around. Does that satisfy? I fucking love this. This game is so good. You quickly changed, then ground a piece of fruit, noting that your food stock was near empty now. I'll have to find a grocery store later. Now, as much as I enjoy your presence, Barney, I've got work to do. Or did you want to come with, or... No, thank you. The thought of being paraded around in front of the general populace, subject to the gazes of those who cannot appreciate my glory, fills me with despair. I will stay right here, thank you. I'll turn on the TV for you, just in case you get bored. Your consideration is touching, Master, truly. See ya. Just turn on the TV for a book. What is this game? With that, you made your way downstairs and stepped into the store proper. You were halfway down the stairs when you heard voices talking back and forth. That was beginning to feel like a normal thing around the store, but you didn't recognize one of the two voices. Oh, hello, handsome. Sir? Damn. Hello. Wait a minute. Who this? I'm afraid that's not possible. Sumi requires their rest, and besides, it is my duty to protect them. Ah, Lucille, come on. It's not that big of a deal. Just wanted to see them with a little bedhead. I will not budge on this matter. Sleep is more important than your senseless whims. So, party I didn't get invited to going on. This seems to happen a lot. You'll make a person feel left out if you're not careful. You winked towards Lucille, who instantly straightened up, then turned your eyes towards the other person. Your eyes met another's, and a man, red hair you didn't recognize, who smiled up at you lopsidedly before brushing a lock of hair behind his ear. This man is a slut, affectionately. That is the vibe I'm getting right now. His name is Eden. Oh my god. Well, if it isn't the most mesmerizing face I've seen all week, you must be the infamous owner of the store. You can call me Handsome, or Eden will do. Man, the riz on this man. Hello, Handsome. Well, hello, Handsome. It's nice to meet you. I'm Sumi, right? I heard a lot about you, but it looks like the rumors were selling you short. Rumors? Well, color me curious. I like this music that accompanies him. Anyway. Shit, Florian, you might have a little bit of competition if you don't watch out, bud. Eden took a few steps up the staircase. His gloved hand trailing over the railing as he approached you. When he got close enough, he leaned in towards you and whispered. He wasn't quite touching you, but close enough that it felt like an intimate gesture. Funny story. I heard that the new owner already had a fan club because of their overwhelming beauty and charisma. From what I've seen, I'd have to agree. Eden pulled back and smiled. Well, the rumors say a lot more than that, but let's leave some of the secrets a mystery for now, shall we? You have to be a little mysterious to be interesting after all. Now what I want to know is, what is he? What supernatural thing is this man's? What's his deal? At that, Eden turned around and walked back down the stairs, the sound of wood creaking every step. If there is something you need, Sir Eden, I suggest you speak now. Lucy, are you jelly? Can I romance all of them at once? That would be nice. Why rush our first meeting? We'll be telling everyone about it at our wedding. Man. The confidence on this man. He winked up at you, then turned his attention to Lucille. Really, you don't need to be so defensive. I don't bite unless you ask me nicely. Sir! I have no interest in any sort of... I have no interest in anything of the sort from you. If you have no business here, please take your leave. We are running an establishment here. Lucille moved her hand to the hilt of her sword, but didn't draw it. Eden raised his hand and backed up a step. All right. I'm going to note that down for next time. Lucille isn't a fan of jokes. My deepest apologies, my lady knight. Eden gave a half bow to Lucille while she shifted to stand a little straighter. I just wanted to introduce myself to our lovely new shopkeep. Believe it or not, I'm actually Willowmist's most famous carpenter. Oh. So he's the one. No wonder Lucille's so grumpy. Hi, buddy. What you doing? I believe you are Willowmist's only carpenter. Ouch, that may be true, but the point stands. Carpenter, he looks more like a model. It's expecting someone who looked more like Quinn. I'm not gonna lie, homie, me too. I happen to be acquainted with your aunt. We work together on occasion, so I'd like to extend the same offer to you. If I remember correctly, Sir Eden, Lady Sylvie would also refer to you as a flirt and a liar. What can I say? There's so much beauty in the world. Should I not celebrate it? Lady Sylvie would say that you are incapable of taking anything seriously. That I can't accept. You're such an honest person, Lucille. That almost makes me jealous. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. I'd love the chance to get to know you properly, Sumi. How about dinner and drinks on me tomorrow night? It's a date! Tomorrow night? Well, maybe. I'll be able to shift around my incredibly full schedule if you ask nicely. Oh, well, how's it going to be? Oh, is that how it's going to be? Well then, pretty please, may I treat you to a night of fine dining and wine? That was actually pretty good. I'm impressed. I'm an actor at heart. And I shall accompany you as bodyguard. I don't think that's actually... You know what? Why don't we just invite everyone? It could be like a housewarming party. Yeah, I thought I'd manage to snag a date. What a shame. Oh my god, this cheeky bastard! I love him. Okay. Florian, you better watch out. This man's about to steal me from you. Still, that sounds like fun. I'll leave it to you to invite whoever you'd like. See, you seem to like you have good taste. The bell by the door chimed as... The bell by the door chimed as the door to the store opened, and the familiar face of Emmett poked his head. Good morning. I'm here for... He paused, his eyes locked with Eden's. He then turned and walked straight back out the door. Woo! Man, I need to know Eden's tea right now. What the fuck? Emmett. How cute. He's being all shy. I'll go get him. You don't worry, you pretty little head. Eden strode past you, then exited the store. A few moments later, they both came back in, Eden's arm around Emmett's shoulder. Where are you off to so quickly, my friend? Don't tell me you're trying to avoid me. I prefer it, yes. What is everyone's deal with this man? I gotta know. I gotta know what's going on here. Everyone's so honest this morning. How refreshing. So, what brings you here today, Emmett? My job, which you're currently preventing me from doing. There's always more time for work later. There's not always friends later. That would be true, yes. But most you're all acquaintances at most. Hey, you're meant to think stuff like that, not say it to our faces. You're such a stick in the mud. He kind of got a little thingies going on. You're a thorn in my side, unhandle me. He'll run away? I might just have to hold on to you tighter. I might, yes, and please don't. You two are friends, then? We absolutely are. We absolutely are not. It's more like I happen to bump into him no matter where I go, and he takes upon himself to bother me nonstop. Ah, the extrovert that adopted the introvert. I see. I understand. Oh, you're too stubborn for your own good. One day I'll get you to agree we're best friends. Hell will freeze over before that day comes. So cold. And I thought we had such a beautiful relationship. You're breaking my heart over here, Emmett. Emmett, the famous heartbreaker. I like the sound of that. Don't encourage him. He'll never stop. Please encourage me more. I'm like a puppy. I thrive on attention. Ah, we got a praise king then, don't you, buddy? Okay, noted. Yes, exactly. Just like a puppy. Desperately in need of discipline. I bet he'd be into that too, though, not gonna lie. Since you're here, Emmett, I was wondering if you'd like to come out for dinner with us tomorrow night? No, thank you. Scared that Eden will bite? He's going. Yeah, so far it's me, Eden, and Lucille. I'd like to ask Florian, and Winnie too. I'd really like you to come, if that makes a difference. Fine. I'll make a spot in my otherwise packed schedule. I hope you appreciate the effort. Bitch, you gotta eat sometime. What a gentleman, Emmett. How very unlike you to change your mind. Maybe you have a soft spot for Sumi, huh? I have nothing of the sort. I'm merely agreeing so that someone responsible can be on hand to keep things under control. Emmett shrugged out of Eden's grasp, then brushed himself off. Now, if that's all, I need to speak with Sumi in private. Well, when you put it like that, I can't help but wonder about your relationship. Do tell me what happens. Nothing is gonna happen. It's a simple discussion, nothing more. Is that blush I see on your cheeks? Maybe you're the one who needs glasses here. Stop making things up. Allow me to escort you out, Sir Eden, so that Emmett and Sumi may talk in peace for the moment. What a noble way of throwing me out. Well, it was nice meeting you, Sumi. I hope to see you around town. Definitely. It's been a pleasure. I'll let you know about my services later, but drinks first. I'm a very hands-on worker. I'd like to get to know my business partners before we work together. Anyway, be very hands-on me. Ugh. Sounds great. See you tomorrow, Eden. Lucille put a hand on Eden's back and saw him to the door, where he finally exited the store, bell tinkling as he did. Pardon the intrusion, as I said. We need to talk. Sure thing. What's up? Did you miss me so bad that you had to come see me first thing? Don't be absurd. Did you give my business card to anyone? No, of course not. Why would I? I'm keeping your number all to myself, thank you. Damn it. If you're not responsible, then that's even more concerning. How did they find me and get a hold of my number? Who? What's going on? It's my previous employer. What would they want? Wait, did you do accounting for some criminal organization or something? I worry about the fantasies that are going on in that head of yours. Forget it. I'll deal with it myself. You're kind of making me worry here. You're a client. There's no need to worry about me. We're close acquaintances now. I think that means I'm legally allowed to worry about you. I'm no solicitor, but I'm certain that's not how this works. So you're trying to argue that me worrying about you is illegal? What? No, stop talking such nonsense. I can't believe you'd call me nonsensical, Mr. Accountant, for a crime syndicate. That's not...
Hi, buddy. Sorry, would you like more pets? You need more pets, needy creature. Yeah, I can use the space bar, it's fine.
Forget it, you're impossible. Emmett pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes, almost like he was in pain. It's nothing like that. Nothing illegal, at the very least. Let's just say I terminated my contract early, and they aren't happy about it. Well, they can't force you to go back, can they? I'd like to say no. They're so obsessed with their rules and regulations that they might have some obscure way to try and make me work for them again. And that would be bad thing, right? I left for a reason.
Hey,
what are you doing? What are you doing back there?
You guys in trouble?
If you were scratching on the post, that's fine.
I just can't have you chewing on stuff. Like you're about to do right now. I see you. I'm watching you. Sir. Cease. Cease.
Oh, fuck. Might have to wrap up after this day, because my... feeling the tension in my neck. What a terrible start to an otherwise good morning. At least you got to see me. As I said. Thank you for your concerns for me. It's not necessary, but, well, thank you anyway.
What you guys whispering about? Is it secrets? Ooh, I love secrets. Come on, tell me. I won't tell anyone, I swear.
Oh, Winnie, good morning. Have you and Emmett met before? Does watching him from the corner of the room count? I don't think so.
Nope. My name is Winnie. Nice to meet ya.
So, what's happening? None of your business, Miss Winona.
Just Winnie is fine.
Fine, Miss Just Winnie.
No, I mean, I'm just Winnie.
As I said, Miss Just Winnie.
Fine. I'll be Miss Just Winnie, and you have to be Mr. Tall and Serious.
Mr. Finch will suffice.
Mr. always looks like he's got a stick up his butt.
I feel like that one might be a little long. Thank you for noticing. It takes a lot of effort to maintain.
I like you. You're funny.
Funny isn't the word I'd use, but if you prefer it, then be my guest. Now, if that's all, I have other things to attend to. Hey, yes? This all could have been a text, you know? And? I'm just saying, I feel like you stopped by just to see me. You would be incorrect, as I gave you my number, but you never gave me yours. Good day, Mr. Miracle. Miss Just Winnie. He's a silly little man. At that, Emmett turned on his heel and walked out the door, the bell jingling as he did. Winnie turned and waved her hand, watching as he left. So, what was that about? A romantic tryst, a secret rendezvous, the beginnings of forbidden love? Do you read a lot of romance novels or something, Winnie? Well, it does get boring around here sometimes. Hey, what are you doing back there? These are your shenanigans, child. It wasn't anything like that. The romantic tryst sounds like sounds a lot more fun than the actual answer. It's just work stuff. Romance avoids me like a plague. What? Surely I didn't hear you right. You? But you're so fun and cute and cool. I'm one of those things, but I'll leave you to guess which. Oh, by the way, Winnie, I wanted to ask you something. Would you like to go to dinner with me tomorrow night? Dinner with you? Ooh, are you inviting me on a date? Sure, a date with me, Emmett, Lucille, Eden, and hopefully Florian. I'll be one big happy family. Okay, this is so not one-on-one thing, boo. Did you want it to be a one-on-one? Well, of course. I want to get to know you better. Man, everybody's out to get me, dude. Jeez. Well, a bigger group doesn't have to stop that, does it? Plus, we can always hang out here. I want to get to know you better too, Winnie. Yeah, that sounds fun. Winnie shifted and fiddled with her hands. Can I think about it and let you know later? Oh, sure. It's not until tomorrow anyways, so there's no rush. If you don't want to, you don't have to either. Oh, no, I super want to. It just... I'll let you know. Alright, better get ready to open up anyway. Okie dokie, see you later, alligator. Winnie gave a small wave and then floated up through the ceiling. Don't think I'll ever get used to that. Such a cutie. Well, we definitely need to do that. Store is clean. We have one thing to sell right now. I think I want to sort through the storage more though, because one thing to sell isn't much. So we'll do that, and then tomorrow we can hopefully sell if we find something. So let's do the thing! Sit down at your desk, ready to go over the week's bills. Pay your bills in full. If they're 80 each week, we're definitely gonna need a few more things to sell just in case. You're leaning against the counter, eating the last of the food supplies when Florian comes in through the front door, nearly dragging his bag behind him. You thought it would be impossible, but somehow he looked even more tired than usual. Hi, Florian. Long night. He pulled his usual disguise off. Good morning, night, afternoon, fuck, whatever it is. A brilliant start to your shift. Can I get you a coffee or something? Yes. Wait. No. Ugh. Seriously, are you okay? I'm fine. God, you're so nosy. It's just been a few long days. Florian dragged his bag over to the counter and sat down with a sigh. I can tell you're looking worse every day. Gee, thanks. Florian's voice was a flat monotone, as if all the energy had been sucked out of him. You could always take a few days off. I'm sure we can manage. I'll have to take a double shift on sweeping, but hey, I could use the arm workout. I do more than sweeping, you know? I don't want to. I'm not sick. It's fine. Stop worrying about me and worry about something more productive. Give me an example and I'll consider it. Running the store? I think I've kind of got it down by now. Something else? Fuck, I don't know. This supernatural stuff you're struggling with? Yeah, actually, about that. What? I think I might be a witch or wizard or something along those lines. God, what changed overnight? To make a long story short, a magic book with the worst personality ever pretty much hit me in the face with the revelation. I'm fine. You know what? Sure, magic books, great. Really? That's all? What do you want me to say? You're a witch, hooray, let's celebrate. I kinda thought you'd have a little more to say than that. Do you know if my aunt was like this? Well, there was certainly something wrong with her. Hey. I don't mean... Look, she's eccentric because she lives here. There was always going to be something up with her. So you didn't know she was a witch? Nope, she tends to keep things to herself, and it's kind of her thing. And you're fine with it? Look, she pays me. I don't care if she's a witch or alien or whatever else, just as long as my bills get paid. Is that foreshadowing? Are there aliens in this town now, too? This world, whoo! I'm sure you have sick leave, you know? You have to use it. I'm not sick. Leave it. Jeez, okay, I'm dropping. Florian let out a breath. Sorry, just had a shit few days. If you're a witch or whatever, maybe you have some spell to give me my energy back. He laughed weakly and rested his head on the counter. I'd give anything to sleep right now. Use my bed if you like. I can't think of anything weirder than sleeping in Sylvie's room. I think the bed smells more like me than her, if that helps. It does not. Uh-huh. Sure. It's not for lack of trying anyway. Thanks for the offer. Give him head pat? Yes. He reached down and gave him a pat on the head. His hair is actually very soft. What are you doing? Sorry, really. It was kind of force of habit. You remind me of my mom's dog. Your mom's dog? Yeah, when she's grumpy, she puts her head down like that too. My bad. Hey, if that makes you feel any better, you're much softer than her. He's so flustered now. Look at him. I love this. Oh, he's so cute. Whatever. Work to do. He practically flew away from the counter, cheeks turning bright red. Sorry, Florian. With that, you finished up your lunch break and got back to work. Oh, he's so adorable. Oh, I want to fluster him more. He's so cute. I like to tease him.
I wish to tease and fluster the boy.
And what's this? Pulled out a purple drawstring bag from a box. Looks to be made of velvet or something similarly plush. I tugged it open. I tugged open the strings and found nothing. Inside was dark. Couldn't see anything at all. Looked almost bottomless. Did I just find a bag of holding? But that wasn't possible, was it? I don't have a choice. But I guess I'm putting my arm in it. Ah. Carefully you reach inside the bag, all the way to your elbow, despite the bag being only about half as deep. But you didn't find anything at all hidden in the depths of the bag. Well, Sylvie really does own the weirdest things. Carefully place the bag aside, then turn your back to her. We could sell that bag, period. You begin searching through your aunt's collection. Ooh. What is this? A harp for ants? Miniature harp. Okay. We got 2 things to sell. It was a little past 5 p.m. when you flipped over the sign on the door to closed and then let out a drowsy sigh. What a day. You say that every day, you know, like a broken record. Well, every day is exhausting in a good way, though. How can anything be exhausting in a good way? Haven't you ever finished something, been tired, but really proud of your work? When I finish art at like 2 a.m. Nope. I'd usually finish it, then wish I'd never started it in the first place. You're kind of a pessimist. The world isn't sunshine and rainbows. That's true, but, well, bad things always happen, but life goes on. Isn't that kind of cool? Not really. Maybe if you didn't frown so much, you'd be more positive. I don't think it works like that. Give it a try. See? Just copy my face. It's really easy. Just relax your muscles and... Nope. Still frowning, I see. It's not a frown. It's just my face. That's unfortunate for you. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing at all. Noisy must run in your family or something. Noisy, annoying, and complete pain in the ass. You forgot gorgeous, charming, and funny. No, trust me, I didn't. You grinned and Florian turned away from you, looking around the store. It looked as it always did, a mess of knickknacks and clutter, but a clean one. Florian did a good job, even if he always tried to deny it. Hey, Florian, I was wondering something. You're always wondering something or another. You never stop asking questions. It's good to have an inquisitive brain, you know? Keeps me young, or something like that anyway. Is it? It seems like a lot of effort, especially when you could just keep your mouth shut and think to yourself instead. Anyway, as I was saying, I know that you grew up in town, but not much else. You haven't always worked here, right? What did you do before? Is it important? It depends on how important you think getting to know each other is. Not important, none. I mean, you default to being mean when you feel shy. He's so cute. Look, I used to be in college, but that didn't work out and I dropped out. That's surprising. I didn't know the population of Willowmist could support it. No. It was in the city. Didn't you say you'd always lived here? That's gone a few months. It hardly counts. But why'd you drop out? Got bored of your major? Why is it so important to you? You've got a magic book upstairs, right? Why don't you go bug it instead? I don't know if Barnabas would like that. He has a name. Hey, I didn't pick it. He came pre-named, though, to be fair, Barnabas is kind of rocking a name. You're changing the subject. Barnabas has nothing to do with this. I'm interested in you. Health complications? Alright. That's one way to put it. Vampirism. The most craziest health condition there is. I couldn't stay, but I also couldn't come back when... Look, fine. If you're so desperate to know, I'll tell you. But can we sit down? My head is killing me. Of course. We can use my room upstairs if that's not right with you. Oh, he's so cute. Florian looked to the side as a dusting of red appeared on his cheeks. Now who's trying to get who in bed? I never mentioned bed, did I? I never mentioned anything about my bed. You're the one thinking about that. I never... No need to deny it. You literally just brought it up. You're cute. I think that's jumping ahead a little, don't you? I'm not... You don't... He's so cute when he's flustered. Now to do it more. Give me more opportunities, game. That Florian turned around and stomped upstairs, huffing the entire way. Welcome to my humble abode, Sir Florian. God, shut up. You sound like Lucille. Is that a bad thing? I know you two are pretty different, but I hope that's not a problem. One Lucille is enough, that's all. It's not like I hate her, she's just a lot. Alright, I'll keep the chivalry to a minimum, my fair liege. He flopped down onto the couch, sinking into the cushions. Florian followed, though much more cautiously, perching himself on the opposite end. He looked around the room, his gaze lingering on a photo frame. It had been there when you arrived. A picture of much younger Aunt Sylvie holding a baby. Must have been you. This place is weirdly empty. You think? It's packed with all kinds of stuff in here. Sometimes I wonder where my aunt got it all. No, I mean... Sylvie has a big personality. She kind of filled any space she was in. I'm trying my best over here. I guess it's all right with you here too. Look at him blushing. He's so cute. Oh my god, I love him. Hey, I'll take second best to her. She's amazing. Anyway, what were we talking about? You dropping out of college? Right. Florian blinked a few times, as if his eyes were trying to stay open. Are you feeling okay? Stop asking me that. I'm fine. He gently rubbed his temples and shook his head. Just a headache. It's no big deal. Anyway, college? I just had some health shit and I left, but Look, I won't sugarcoat it. I'm not asking for your pity. My dad ran off after my little sister was born, and my mom struggled to raise both of us. I quit high school to have a couple part-time jobs to help her. Oh, Florian, I'm sorry. Do what you have to do to survive. It's fine. But my mom, she secretly saved up to send me to college for years without telling me. And she just sent me off. She wanted the best for you. Yeah, but why should that best not include them? But fine, whatever. I went. I couldn't face them when I dropped out. I think they think I'm still in the city, living my life, getting my degree, and I can't bring myself to tell them otherwise. So wait, they live in Willowmist, but you have no clue that you're here? Florian, why? They would probably love to see you. I can't face them. She gave up everything for me, and I just let her down completely. What am I meant to say? Hey, Mom, turns out I'm a fuck up who can't even make it through a semester of college. Surprise! Bitch, college is hard. I barely made it through a year. She'd be happy just seeing you and knowing that you're safe. That's what parents do, especially if it's health related. I can't. Not like this. Florian's head sank down into his hands, his shoulders trembling. I'm not who I was when I left. I can't. Not anymore. I'm not her perfect little son anymore. I'ma hug this man. He needs a hug. Without thinking, he leaned forward and pulled Florian into a hug. He stiffened, his breath catching, and his hands hovered over your back. What are you? Oh, sorry, Florian. Really. Slowly, though, his arms wrapped around you, and he squeezed you tight. Ooh, this is so cute. It's not like it's your fault. There's no reason to be sorry. I just want to go home and feel like things are normal again. Can't you? I truly, honestly believe that your mom would just be happy to see you. It's not just that. I don't deserve it anymore. I can't trust myself around her or my sister. Trust yourself? Even you should be keeping your distance. God, you're so fucking naive. I'll just mess things up for you too. Everything I touch just falls apart. Oh, honey. No. I don't think that's true. Right here, I haven't fallen apart yet. The store hasn't fallen down around us. You're not destroying anything. Yet. Ugh. I don't want to share any of this shit. You know that? It's embarrassing. There's no shame in feeling emotions. It's just proof that we're human. I know it's difficult for you. I can't just magically make it better, but if you need someone to talk to or anything else, you can rely on me. You're too nice, you know? You're gonna end up getting taken advantage of. By who? You? I don't think you have the energy to take advantage of anyone, even if you wanted to. Ugh, thanks, I guess. Florian pulled back and wiped his eyes. Oh, baby girl is crying. I want to hug him again, please. Seriously, though, don't say anything about this to anyone. It's our secret. I'm pretty good at keeping secrets, you know. Hardly. Hardly. You've known me for less than 24 hours and already broadcast my existence to the entirety of the quaint little establishment. At this rate, I expect you'll be handling out pamphlets by the end of week's end. Truly, your discretion is legendary. But there he is, my favorite talking book in the whole wide world. Not a lot of competition there, but don't let that hurt your feelings. And to be fair, I haven't told everyone yet, only Florian. Oh, Florian, meet Barnabas. Barnabas, Florian. It literally talks. Did you think I was making it up? No, but I didn't expect... My reputation precedes me, as always. Hello, Florian. It's a pleasure to meet a friend of my esteemed master, or some such drivel. Barnabas isn't very nice if you hadn't noticed. Oh, shit. You will have to excuse me, as I was rudely interrupted in the middle of my rest. Your rest? What does a book have to be so tired about anyway? Plenty of things, you impudent creature. The effort it takes to communicate with my new master, for example, is truly a Herculean... It's hard to say that in this accent. Herculean task. At that, Barnabas floated across the room and landed on the desk. It just flies. God, I'm too tired for this shit. Now I've embarrassed myself in front of 2 people. Great. Fortunately for you, I have the displeasure of being in service only to my pitiful master, and as such I have no one to share your shame with. Just ignore him. I'll put him in the drawer if he keeps it up. The audacity! Fine, silence me, but mark my words, you will soon regret it. This must be a lot for you, too. Just a little bit. I like to think I'm pretty good at running with things, but sometimes... I'll be honest, I don't even really know where to start. But I've got all the time in the world to work it out anyway. Aren't you going home in 3 months? Okay, I've got 3 months to work it out. Thanks, Florian. Sorry, I wasn't trying to make it worse. Nothing says we can't stay after the 3 months. We no longer have responsibilities where we came from. Nothing to say we can't stay in Willowmist. I'm just kidding. Really, I'm having fun. I'll be fine. I wish I had a drop of your optimism. Change fucking sucks. Yeah, but sometimes it can be really great too. I've only been here a week and it makes me feel like I've made a whole bunch of friends. It's really, really great. Yeah, well, you're easy to like. Am I now? For some people, not me. Okay, tsundere. Aw, you don't like me at all? Damn, I already planned out our wedding and everything. What? Our 3 kids, Alexis, Jasmine, and Michael, a white picket fence, a dog named Bobo, and you just throw it all away? Throw it all away. It doesn't exist. You're delusional. Delulu is the Salulu. So that's a no to my proposal. No. So it's a yes? No, I mean, it's... God, you're so frustrating. I love you too. Don't say stuff like that. And seriously, Bobo, what kind of name is that? What do you suggested? Toaster. Toaster? It's a good name for a dog. It's not better than Bobo. I disagree. Florian's more serious tone. You couldn't help but grin. Fine, Toaster it will be. Hey, that's not... I feel like I've just been scammed into a marriage. Bitch. It was the first day we met. We got him, shit. You have. This is all legally binding. God, please tell me you're joking. I am, but I do like you, Florian. As much as you try to be unlikable, I'm not saying we need to be best friends, but I do hope that we can get along. Yeah, fine. Wouldn't mind being friends with you. Not terrible to work with. You didn't want to say friends. You wanted to say something else, didn't you? We're getting somewhere now. Hey, what's your sister like? I can imagine you as a super doting older brother, now that I think about it. I mean, yeah, I guess I was. She's super bossy and a pain in the ass, but, well, she's my sister. How old is she? 10, probably 11 now, actually. Do you have any photos? I scooped a little closer to Florian on the couch. Yeah, I think so. Florian reached into his pocket to get his phone, flipping through a photo album. Couldn't help but lean in to see what was on his screen. You could see pictures of a little girl, a woman who must have been his mother, and Florian himself, though a few years younger. It's not hard to know. It was hard not to notice how much brighter Florian looked. He lacked the signature eye bags, and he had a wide smile on his face. It was the kind of smile you'd never seen from him. That's her. You two look so similar. You could be twins. Sure, if I wasn't 13 years older than her. Mom had me young. She's adorable, Florian. Your mom looks really nice, too. In response, you pulled out your own phone, scrolling through until you found a picture of you standing next to your mom back when you moved into your first apartment, which was also the apartment you just moved out of. This is my mom a few years ago. Well, your genes run strong, huh? Yep, my aunt and her look pretty similar, don't you think? This was back when I moved out of home. I moved in this little apartment right in the middle of the city. Sounds noisy. Yeah, I didn't sleep a lot. You let out a soft laugh before locking your phone and placing it back down on the table. That apartment was so weird. Did you know that the elevator fell like a dozen times? I see the reference. There was an earthquake localized to just that building. Crane rammed into the first floor all in a single year. I see. It's where it's where MC of A Date with Death lived. Got it. Seriously? Yeah, but not a single person got hurt. I swear to God, someone in that building upset a Grim Reaper or something. Ah! I love this. I love when they do references like this. For the first time since you'd met him, Florian smiled, his hand coming up to his mouth as he tried to muffle a laugh. Oh, he's so cute. Maybe you're cursed or something. With everything else going on, that wouldn't surprise me in the least. You've got a nice smile, you know? Florian blinked. His cheeks slowly turned red. He's so cute when he's flustered. I love it. What? I said you have a pretty nice smile, that's all. Don't really mean anything by it, it's just nice to see. I mean plenty by it. I don't know what you talking about, MC. Oh, I'll kiss those lips. Ugh. You come out with the most random things. You're meant to just think that kind of shit, not say it. He leaned back, smacking his head gently a few times on the back of the sofa. Ugh, my headache is killing me. We got painkillers in the bathroom cabinet if you want. I don't. They really don't help, but fuck it, I'll try. Bruh, I feel you. You hopped off the couch and headed to the bathroom. Your aunt had left an assortment of pills and medicines in the cupboard, but you didn't have a clue what most of them were for. You scooped up the painkillers and popped back out. Florian was still in the same spot, but his eyes were shut tight. His chest gently rose and fell with each breath. Or did he fall asleep? Don't tell me another imbecile is moving into my quarters. Shh, be quiet. He's sleeping. And these aren't your quarters. I'm just letting you stay here with me because I'm nice. Shh, Barnabas. They say you're interrupting the poor tired man's beauty sleep, they cry. Well, fine. I'll just be silent then, if that's what you want and desire. Carefully, you draped a knitted blanket over Florian's legs and settled next to him, watching his sleeping face. He looked so peaceful, much more peaceful than when he was awake. God, you really were exhausted. You ought to take better care of yourself, you know that. Well, you'll probably hate me for it, but I'll let you rest a bit, okay? Maybe I'll close my eyes for a bit, too. Just a little bit. That'd be okay, right? It's nap together. Nap time. Night, Florian. With a yawn, you drifted off to sleep as well. So cute. You woke up to the sound of something shifting beside you, amongst the otherwise gentle hum of night. Lazily, you open your eyes, expecting to see Florian on his feet, embarrassed about falling asleep beside you, but instead noticed a shadowed figure hovering above you, leaning towards you. Ooh, hello. You blinked, trying to wake up your sluggish mind, and finally realized it was Florian. Oh, he's so tired. Look at my poor boy. It was close to you. His eyes half-lidded, his expression distant, unfocused. One hand was down beside you, the other braced against the couch on the couch to the side of your head. Suddenly, a chill ran through your body, despite the warmth still lingering in the air. Florian? No response came from Florian. He remained completely still, staring at you. No, not at you, but at your neck. Ooh, it's time. Time for the vampire stuff. I'm here for it. Speaking of vampire stuff, I need to finish Cage of Roses. I played the demo for that, but now the full game's out and I haven't. I'll work on it. Maybe after I finish up some of the games we're working on. I need to catch up on Star Rail and finish Tales of Graces after this. But yeah. Anyway, back to this. His head dipped lower. Faintest brush of his nose against your skin sent a jolt through your nerves, and suddenly The sluggish fog in your mind cleared as his mouth was inches from your neck, his breath hot against your skin. Your eyes went to his face and then noticed something. A flash of something pointed and sharp between his parted lips. Fangs. Your body tensed, your heart hammered in your chest, and his breath hitched like he could hear it. Florian. No response. It was almost as if he wasn't truly himself. His posture was wrong, like he was acting on instinct alone, and in the dark, with a glint of moonlight reflecting off his eyes, his gaze looked almost empty. Is my boy starving himself? Is that why he's so tired? You felt the faintest graze of his teeth against your skin, a breath's distance from sinking in now. A shiver ran down your spine, but you managed to keep a lid on the panic threatening to break through.
Reach up and touch his face.
You lifted your hand and reached out, cupping Florian's cheek. The movement caused his eyes to open wider, and his lips paused. Slowly, and ever so gently, you brushed a thumb across his cheek, expecting warmth radiating from his skin, but instead finding him cold as a corpse. You shook your hand slightly and your breath was ragged and shallow. Florian, you there? At the sound of his name, he blinked a few times and then looked down. Oh, moment over. Sag. Bring that back, please. When he saw where he was, he recoiled as if burned, falling off the sofa, landing heavily on the floor. His breathing was erratic, his hands were shaking, but he couldn't bring himself to look up. Oh, baby. Oh. It's okay, honey. Shit. I didn't mean to. Florian, it's okay. Calm down. Pushed yourself off the couch and crouched next to Florian. Don't come near me.
Oh, Andy.
Florian, seriously, it's fine. It's okay. Just take a breath. Tried to put your hand on his shoulder, but he backed up, his face twisted in a pained grimace. Just don't come near me. Fuck, I can't believe I'm a fucking idiot. I shouldn't be here around people. Fuck. You didn't hurt me. But I wanted to. I wanted so badly. But you didn't. You inched forward until you were next to Florian again. He turned his face away from you, but didn't protest. His breath was coming fast and ragged, like he couldn't quite catch it. You're a... Don't say it. I'm not a vampire. You could see Florian's body trembling, even in the dark. I have to go. Is that what all this sickness has been about? You're hungry? I can't do this. Not again. I can't do this to anyone. Oh, baby. There's a vial in the first aid kit that you could drink from. Anyway. As quickly as he could manage, Florian pushed himself up and ran for the door. Florian! He was faster than he should have been, especially given how weak and shaky he had looked. In moments, you heard the door downstairs slam shut. You jumped to your feet and rushed downstairs, knowing full well that Florian was long gone, but wanting to try anyway. Oh, baby girl. Anyway, new that. Damn it, no bite. I'm upset. Maybe later. Damn it.
Are you looking for Florian?
Oh, Winnie. You turned to see her sitting on the counter, transparent legs hanging over the edge. Yeah, I was hoping he'd still be here. I guess.
He ran out real quickly. He looked upset about something.
It's complicated, but I think I might have hurt his feelings. You don't happen to know where he lives or his number, do you?
No, Florian doesn't really share that kind of stuff.
Right. I'll have to talk to him tomorrow then.
Oh, we got our first Florian event. Yippee! I'm happy now.
Glad we got that before the end of stream. Your eyes went up to the clock. It was only 7:30 p.m. You hadn't slept for more than an hour or two. Felt like much longer. Your stomach growled, and you remembered that you hadn't eaten dinner yet. That you were pretty much out of food. I'll have to head out and find a grocery store, so I guess I'll keep an eye out for Florian. Not that I'll likely find him at the grocery store. He's really a vampire. Turn towards the door before stopping in your tracks. Is everything all right? Winnie's legs stopped kicking back and forth, and she stared towards the ground, biting her lip. She fiddled with her sleeves and her eyes, and kept her eyes away from yours.
You asked me about going out for dinner with you, right?
Yeah, that's right. I left you to come. And I forgot to ask Florian.
Well, I want to go.
That's great.
But I'm really scared.
Scared?
You haven't ever tried to leave the building?
Wait, not even once?
No, I'm scared that if I try, I'll just disappear.
Winnie's shoulders drooped and she sighed.
It's dumb, I know it is, but I've been here for as long as I remember, and I don't know if I still exist outside this building. Oh, what if the only reason I lasted this long is because I've stayed here? What if I really am dead and I leave and I'll pass on?
We need a Reaper for that, and apparently Reaper missed you on their list. Winnie's eyes went down to her feet as she swung them back and forth slowly. Hey, it's all right, Winnie. Seriously, it's okay. It sounds scary. If you would rather stay here, we can do something else. Just the two of us.
But I want to go. I want to spend time with everyone, and laugh and have fun. I don't care if I can't eat or anything, but I don't want to be alone anymore. But I'm too scared. I'm always too scared. Baby, we can do it together. You just stick your hand out at first, see if anything happens. Doesn't have to be all of you at once. We'll figure it out. There.
You approached the counter and reached out, placing a hand over hers. It didn't feel like anything. You couldn't truly touch her, but the thought was there. If you want to do it, then do it. Be brave. I'll be right there beside you. You won't have to do it alone. Minnie hesitated for a moment, pulled her hand back, and then floated down from the counter. Okay, you're right. I want to go. Thanks, Sumi. You're the best. Didn't you want to try coming out with me now?
No. I mean, thanks, but I think I need to build myself up for tomorrow.
All right, then. It's a date. If you change your mind, just tell me, okay?
Okay.
She's so cute. Everyone's in this game is so cute. At that, you double-checked, you had your key. We're heading out to the growing night. The air was crisp and cold as you stepped out front door. The wind rustled in the trees that lined the street. There didn't seem to be anyone else wandering about, but then most people would be sitting down for dinner and tucked into bed for an early night's rest by now. Bundling your clothes closer to your body, you started on your way to the main square. The town square was a little more lively than the store, but not by much. It seemed as if a good portion of the shops were closed or closing for the night, and only a few people wandered the streets. It was a far cry from the bustling crowds and bright lights of the city. The streets were clean and quiet, and the houses were well maintained without any signs of graffiti or broken windows. You could get used to this kind of life. You eyed the various stores around the area, a bookshop, coffee shop, hardware store, a pharmacy, and you saw it, nestled at the corner of the street, a small grocery store, the same one Lucille had pointed out to you when you had gone out for dinner just the other night. The light inside was on, and the small open sign hung in the window. You walked towards it, keeping an eye out for Florian, but to no success. Damn. No baby girl. Inside was what you would expect of a grocery store, though much smaller in scale than the big stores back home. The aisles were narrow and the shelves were cramped, but it seems like they had pretty much anything you'd need. The lone cashier nodded as you passed. No self-checkout here, which didn't surprise you. You won't take over today, computer overlords. Bitch, I love self-checkout. If I don't have to interact with with anybody while I'm outside of my home, the better. You grabbed a basket and began picking out some basics. Milk, eggs, butter, that sort of thing. Twice in one day. I think that's what they call fate. You turned, hearing a now familiar voice behind you, to see Eden leaning against his shopping cart, red hair tousled. Unless, of course, you just couldn't stay away and decided to search me out, in which case I'm even happier. Eden grinned, and it was a little infectious. Actually, the allure of a full stomach pulled me here. Afraid it is, then. So, what are you making for dinner? Tossing up between noodles and a sandwich. I'm tossing up between a sandwich or a cup of noodles. Brain's reading ahead. Oh, you shouldn't break out. You shouldn't break out the fine china just for me. I always like to impress on the first date. But I always like to impress them on the first date. The couple noodles are usually a hit. I have a slightly more refined palate. How about instant mac and cheese? The microwavable kind? Of course. Now you're speaking my language. Also, that does sound kind of good right now. For a while, I was doing the little, like, single serve cups of mac and cheese when I was testing if I could handle cheese again. And I could, but I haven't done that in a while. It's very, very handy. I think the, like, amount in it is, like, just barely enough that it doesn't, like, kill my stomach. I think if I did, like, the actual, like, box, like, full box of mac and cheese, it would not work out well for my tummy. I think the little, like, single serve cups are probably just on the cusp of my tolerance. Anyway, now speaking my language. You're cute. And I think Lucio was telling the truth about you being a shameless flirt. Let me know that I'm the pinnacle of virtue. If a person is beautiful, shouldn't they be told so? Eden leaned over his cart further, his eyes scanning you up and down. And you are definitely a beauty. Chat, do you think if it weren't like fall leaning into winter time, he'd if it were more like summer, he wouldn't be wearing the long sleeve underneath, but still keep the shirt as open? I think so. This man's a fucking man whore. I say affectionately. This man is a slut affectionate. Anyway, I'm into that. And you're definitely beautiful. I'd feel flattered, but I bet you're like this with everyone. Only the most beautiful ones. He grinned, and you rolled your eyes, though a smile crept onto your face. You glanced down at his shopping cart, but were surprised to not see any food. Instead, you noticed an assortment of cleaning products, gloves, string, duct tape. Suddenly, my dinner looks like a 5-star restaurant compared to yours. Not hungry for duct tape. Maybe as a treat after dinner. Both laughed, and it was like a weight lifted from your chest. Events of earlier that night melted away, if only for the moment. I do a lot of DIY stuff, so I'm stocking up. Really? Doesn't look like woodworking supplies to me. You do look like someone who knows a lot about woodworking. Work at a certain kind of wood, if you know what I mean. I worked with wood once or twice in my life, yeah. Oh, really? Care to show me sometime? Sure. I don't think we're actually talking about woodworking, chat. Anyway. Very normal, very normal. Okay. Whew. You can't give me sweet moment of vampire time with Florian and then give me this man. I can't handle this. Ooh. Anyway. Sure, just tell me where to send the bill for my services. Being a woodworker yourself, you probably know all the right techniques, don't you? Well, I've been told I'm pretty good with my hands. Oh my god. Anyway. I'm very open to critique. We'd just have to practice until you're satisfied. Ah! Very normal, very normal. Okay. Oh, God, I want to keep playing this game, but I don't know if I don't think I can after this day is done. Anyway, very normal. Eden smirked and pushed his cart to the side, letting another customer through. Gonna join me? Would you rather stay here in the condiments aisle forever? I could think of worse aisles to be stuck in, but I think I'll join you. The two of you started to walk through the aisle, and Eden took your basket and placed it in his cart. Wouldn't want your arms getting tired. So, mysterious shopkeeper, I'm incredibly curious about you. Oh, really? You're the talk of the town, after all. Things must be really slow right now if I'm the talk of the town. You know how small towns are. They'll find you anything to gossip about. He picked up a bottle of olive oil and dropped it into the cart. And yet, despite being the most interesting thing that's happened here in months, no one knows much about you. Most people assumed that Sylvie didn't have any relatives. Glanced over at you. As far as I'm aware, she's never left Willowmist either. What could pull her away so suddenly to drop you in her place? That's a real question. If only we knew. If you say please, I might be honest with you. Pretty please? I have no clue. Really? I'm not trying to be evasive, but honestly, I don't know. I have no clue why she decided to leave. She wrote me a letter and asked me to come, and here I am. Guess she left when I arrived. So, a mystery then. Even more interesting. But that doesn't say much about you. Wanna tell me a bit about yourself? Depends on what you want to know. With the numbers on my credit card, probably not. Where you grew up, for example? What were your parents like? What's your favorite color? Eden grinned, shrugged his shoulders. Take your pick, whatever you're willing to share. You answer. You want me to condense all my interesting experiences in history down to a few sentences? I'd take an essay if you had one. Ooh. I don't, but it's never too late to start. In the meantime, I grew up in the city with my mom. Didn't know my dad. Sees all the way through school. My favorite color is green. Your turn. Well, actually, I do have an essay prepared, so he reached oh my god. He reached into his overshirt and, as if it held something hidden behind there, came up with nothing. Damn, must have left it at home. I'm sure you can give me the synopsis at least. I'll need a few recent amendments you might enjoy. For example, I didn't know that, did you know that I've discovered quite recently that my favorite color is orange? Oh yeah? I wonder why. Why is that? Did it happen to be this morning? Uh-huh, and I bet when you meet someone with blue eyes, your favorite color is blue. Do I really seem that shallow? I think Lucille doesn't dislike people for no reason. Eden glanced around as if wanting to check no one was watching. Don't tell me you brought your guard dog with you to the grocery shopping. Maybe I did. She'll jump out when you least expect it. I promise to be on my best behavior then. Manapo. Look at all this food. He added a few more things to his cart, mostly small things, and nothing could be considered a meal alone. A single potato, flour, no other baking ingredients, a box of gelatin. Interesting. Amidst the chatting, you found food for dinner, too. Noodles. Noodles sound so good right now. Instant noodles it was. You you oohed and awed over the flavor, but decided on original. It was original for a reason. Ah, the date with death reference strikes again. If you didn't sit through my date with death playthrough or play it yourself, Casper loves he loves instant noodles and the original flavor. He was gonna die on that hill. The two of you continued circling around the store until you found everything you came for. Dinner for the night and some fresh fruit and a few essentials like soap and toothpaste. It wasn't much, but it would do. Eden, however, kept your basket hostage in his cart and as he continued onward in no sort of rush. So have you always been a carpenter? Oh no, I tried my hand at a lot of things actually. A jack of all trades, master of none, that kind of thing. Most recently, I was a bartender, but it wasn't for me. Before that, a cook, a painter, photographer, and a waiter. Sunny, is that actually true? At least half of it? Probably. Maybe. Really though, I didn't come out into the world expecting to be a carpenter. It just sort of happened. It was a niche that needed filling in Willowmist. The last carpenter disappeared under mysterious circumstances that had nothing to do with me. If you have to say that, I'm suspecting otherwise. Why do I doubt you? Why do I doubt everything you say to me? Maybe you're a good judge of character. He added a couple more things to the cart and then began pushing down another aisle. One you'd already been down twice already. What made you pick carpentry though? That's a pretty specific skill. Like I said, I'm pretty good with my hands. He looked down at his hands. He was still wearing the same gloves from that morning. There's something satisfying about making something real with your own hands. You start with just an idea, a few scraps of wood, and suddenly there it is, something solid, something that exists because you willed it to so. I think that's what I like about it. You take something raw, shape it into what it's supposed to be. Simple, straightforward. A piece of wood doesn't argue with you about what it should be. That's awfully deep coming from you. I'm an awfully deep man. I'm sure you'll get to know that about me soon enough. He added a few more items to the cart before continuing onward again. He found him more amused than anything else. Starting to wonder if you're leading me in circles, Eden. Can you blame a man for wanting good company? So it was on purpose. Of course, I wouldn't miss a chance to spend more time with you. What? But I suppose the game is up. Shall we? He motioned towards the counter where the cashier was still idling away. Grabbing your basket out of the cart, you checked out first and headed outside. This man, dude. It had gotten much cooler again. Well, you'd been inside. The breeze rustled the leaves overhead, and a few stray leaves spiraled down from the branches and landed in your hair. You reached up and shook them loose. Eden followed closely behind, carrying several bags. Thanks for waiting. Would you think I'd ditch you and run off? Maybe. I don't think I've got a good read on you yet, Sumi. You're interesting. I was considering it, but then I imagined you standing all alone in the cold with big sad puppy dog eyes. I couldn't do it. Big sad puppy dog eyes, huh? So that's the kind of man I am in your mind. I don't mind playing that part. Honey, you're too sly to be a golden retriever boyfriend. Sorry. Well, I was gonna say a lost child at the supermarket, but I thought you might take offense. He flashed you a playful grin before glancing across the road. Street lamps cast a soft glow over the little park nearby. The swings swayed gently in the breeze, creaking faintly under their own weight. Now, since you were kind enough to not abandon me, allow me to return the favor. Oh, what favor is that? You're not gonna grab my shop. You're not gonna grab my shopping and keep me hostage again, huh? He nodded towards the empty swings and tilted his head at you expectantly. I happen to know that the swings over there have the best view of the stars in town. Trust me. His grin widened. Or not, if you don't want to. Alone in the park, watching the stars? How romantic. Didn't realize that was your style, Eden. Oh, and what did you think my style was? From my first impression, I thought you'd be more likely to invite me back to your place for the night. Would you have said yes? No, probably not. Not the second time we met, anyway. And the third time? We'll see. Eden laughed. I'll have to try to impress you next time, Chat! He's too... Oh! Anyway. Eden, somehow with an arm bag full of groceries, linked his free arm with yours and led the way over to the swings. They were, as he said, not too far away and completely deserted. A few small lamps cast the area in a pale yellow glow, and a couple benches were positioned beneath the trees, their surface covered in leaves. You could see the moon above the treetops. There was something cozy about this place. Secluded and peaceful, but not lonely. Just a small hidden space in the middle of town. A perfect spot for a midnight rendezvous. Or just a place to chat, which was what you were actually doing. Eden set his groceries down on the bench and then walked over to the swings, taking one of the two. You took the other and gently swung back and forth. Oh, look at him! He's so cute! He got such kissable lips. Look at that. Goddamn. So what do you think of Willowmist so far? What I've seen has been beautiful. Kind people, great food. Night is clear, cool. It's a lot quieter than back home. I could get used to this. And you're just staying for 3 months? That's a decently long time, but also no time at all. Yeah, 3 months, and then it's back home again. You sound a little disappointed about that. I don't know if I am or not, really. Things just have been a whirlwind since I arrived. Now it's already been a whole week. I'll blink and then it'll be time to leave. Eden chuckled and held a little tighter on the swing chain, still looking up at the stars. Then why leave? Well, my mom is still back home. Even 3 months without her, without seeing her is a long time. Don't you ever miss your parents all the way out here? Sure I would if I knew them. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't be. Really, family is a little meaningless to me. So, not raised by grandparents either. I had a more communal living experience, but forget that. I'm far more interested in you. Why not bring your mom here, too? She and my aunt don't have the best relationship, not that I know why. I wish I could have gotten her here. She'd have loved it. Let out a small sigh and pushed the swing a little harder, trying to get a little more height. A shame. Knowing you and Sylvie, I bet she's incredible. You want to hit on my mom now, too? I swear, everyone in this town is after my family. Why would I do that when you're right here? Ah! You smooth talker, you. I can just tell you already like it here. Would have been nice if she could come see it through your eyes, don't you think? Yeah, maybe. Then I'd have some idea why she and my aunt don't get along. I always thought family feuds were supposed to be dramatic, but I don't even know what started it. You never asked her? I have a bunch at times, but every time she changes the subject or tells me to drop it, so eventually I did. Maybe you should ask your aunt. She might not have the same hang-ups. I'd love to if I knew how to contact her. No address or anything. I have literally no clue where she went. Ever the mysterious woman. Anyway, 3 months is a long time to be away from home. No friends you're leaving behind, a job, a lover, maybe. Why you asking? Why you asking that? Perfect. So me. Nope, no lover. Why are you offering? Eden laughed at that, a gentle yet hearty sound. Maybe I am. Keep me in mind, will you? That's good. Ooh, Florian, watch out. This man might steal me from you. If you ain't careful. How does such a lovely person not have anyone waiting for them back home, I wonder? Maybe I just haven't found the right person yet. Hadn't, you mean? We met this morning, after all. Wow, you're already making assumptions about us? Someone's getting ahead of themselves. Like we didn't just do that to Florian earlier. Someone has to. I'm not gonna sit around and let someone else make the first move. Ah! Toscaru! Fuck, this man. Anyway. Can I have them both? Pretty please? Is there Polly in this? I don't know. It would be nice. Anyway. Eden grinned. Besides, I don't think I've been imagining your interest in me, have I? Who can say? Maybe I'm just a friendly person. Maybe, but there's a difference between friendliness and flirtation. And I suppose you think you can tell the difference, do you? I like to think I'm not too bad at it, yes. Well, you're confident, I'll give you that. I do like confidence in a man. Confident I shall be, then. Eden leaned in slightly, his elbow resting on his knee, his eyes glinting with mischief. And what else do you like, since we're on the topic? Oh, I don't know. Honesty, a good sense of humor. Look at me then. I happen to be hilarious. Debatable, I think. Oh, and here I thought I was making quite the impression. You are, just not necessarily the one you think. He then placed a hand over his chest, feigning deep offense. Wounded, truly I am. But if I am to be known for something, take bold and devastatingly handsome over funny, I suppose. You rolled your eyes, but before you could quit back, his tone shifted just enough to make you pause. I've always admired boldness, you know. Some people spend their whole lives waiting, hesitating. But I'd rather move forward, even if I don't always know where the path leads. That's an interesting way of looking at things, isn't it? If you're standing still, you're letting the world decide for you. He rocked back slightly, his gaze shifting towards the night sky, but his voice remained light, playful. And if I stood still, I wouldn't have met you, would I? Wow, is that how you get all your dates? Would it work if it was? You tell me. I think it might. For a brief moment, he felt quiet, swinging just a little, letting the cool night air settle between you. And then, with a slow inhale, he spoke again, softer this time, like a thought slipping out before he could catch it. Aw, your face. I've never been the kind of person who was meant to stay in one place. I was made to move forward, to keep going, to see things through. His fingers curled loosely around the chains of the swing, and his gaze flickered toward the treetops, as if searching for something beyond them. I suppose people like me can't stop. If I sit still, the world will just keep changing without me after all. What happens when you get to where you're going? I suppose I'll let you know when I get there. Eden smiled and reached out his hand. Before you could react, he plucked a single leaf from your hair and held it up. He twirled the leaf between his fingers, watching it for a moment before tucking it behind your ear with a soft, deliberate touch. There. Perfect. You think so? I'm not sure a leaf is the best accessory. You make it work just fine. He leaned back slightly, resting his arm against the swing's chain as he regarded you with a slow, knowing smile on his lips. It's strange, isn't it? Some people spend their whole lives searching for a place to belong, and others, they just fit it somewhere, like they've been here all along. Are you talking about me or you? You. You're like a missing piece finally clicking into place. The quiet between you stretched on for a moment before Eden laughed and pushed himself off the swing. But enough about that. You should get some sleep before I can convince you to stay out all night. You say that like it's a bad thing. I just hate to be responsible for your sleepwalking through your store tomorrow. I wouldn't want you to miss our date. It's not a date if everyone's going. I just had to work extra hard to make sure you only look at me. Oh! You gotta have to. You gotta compete with Florian right now. Whew. Anyway. Man, 2 events one day? Goddamn. The 2 boys I'm most interested in this game? Fuck. He scooped up his grocery bags with an easy motion, shifting them over his shoulder. Shooting you a playful glance, he took a few steps backward, his silhouette cutting sharp against the lamplight. Don't miss me too much, all right? I think I'll survive, Eden. Good night. Night, Sumi. Eden grinned, turning on his heel and sauntering off into the night, leaving only a faint echo of his footsteps on the quiet street. You exhale, leaning back on the swing, watching the sky stretch vast and endless above you. The town was still. The only movement was the occasional rustling of trees in the night breeze. Some people spend their whole lives searching for a place to belong. With a shake of your head, you pushed yourself up from the swing and collected your groceries from the bench. Ew. Cracks in the finish. Man, look at all, there's a lot of events we gotta fucking hit for all these characters. Whew. You begin to trace back the path home that was quickly becoming familiar to you as the back of your hand. It wasn't long before you were back in town square, though it was now completely deserted. The streets were empty, save for a cat darting into the alleyway, and the only sound was a creak of a distant wind chime as it swayed softly. It's kind of a nice feeling walking at night. I never realized that. You glanced upward towards the sky. The moon shone bright and clear, illuminating the night and the surrounding houses. There isn't a cloud in sight. A beautiful night, all for yourself. Or almost all for yourself. A flash of something caught your eye. A form, tall, lanky figure sitting on a rooftop overlooking the square. You watched for a moment, little more than a shadow before disappearing out of sight. You quickened your steps back to the store. Was that Florian? You'd hope to see Florian when you arrived back at the store, but he was still nowhere in sight. I wish I had his number or something. Approaching the counter, you searched for any kind of employee information your aunt might have left, but found nothing. No trace of where Florian or Lucille lived or a way to contact them. However, sitting on top of the counter, you found a sealed letter with Sumi written on it. Setting down your groceries for a moment, you settled down on a stool. Quickly opened the wax seal to see your aunt's graceful handwriting. Huh. To my dearest Sprout, I hope this letter finds you well. That Willowmist is starting to feel a little less like a place you arrived at and a little more like a place you could belong. I've no doubt you've been charming the town left and right, whether you meant to or not. By now, you might be noticing things here aren't always as they seem. Strange little happenings, peculiar folk with peculiar habits. You're sharp, my dear, you've always been. I won't insult you by pretending you haven't begun to put some pieces together. I wish I could have been the one to tell you everything myself, but your mother never would have approved. She wanted you to stay far away from all of this. And though she had her reasons, I always thought you should be able to decide for yourself. That's long. The store, our store, isn't just about antiques. It's about people. It's about community. It's about giving a little help to those who need it. Just enough to let them find their own way forward. Some of them have come a long way to get here. Some of them have nowhere else to go. But all they need is something. And if you listen closely, you'll know exactly how to help them. I hope by now you stumbled across that grumpy old book. Or rather, I hope he's found you. He's a stubborn thing. I don't take it personally. He's been less than welcoming. He was built to be particular about his company, after all. But if you listen, really listen, he has more wisdom tucked away in those pages than most people do in a lifetime. I know I left a lot on your shoulders. I know it isn't fair, but I also know you can do this, my little sprout. If anyone can, it's you. I have full belief in you. Take care of the store, take care of its people, take care of yourself. And please, tell me you haven't tried to sell a bird vase. I told you it was cursed. With all my love. Silly. P.S. Tell Quinn I'm doing well and that I think of him often. He always did know how to make me laugh. I hope you two of you have become acquainted. Oh, he'll be so happy to hear that. Oh my god. With a smile, you folded the letter, tucked it away. All right, Aunt Sylvie, I'll do my best. You're still not telling me where you went, huh? Retrieving your groceries, you headed back upstairs to unpack. Your room was much like you left it. The window was still open, your bed was still unmade, and the cushion from the couch was still discarded on the floor from your wake-up call with Florian. A small amount of guilt settled into your stomach as you put away your groceries and made late dinner. It wasn't much, but it was food. If it isn't my illustrious master, returned from wherever nocturnal nonsense has stolen their attention this time. Barnabas fluttered into view. I don't know where that accent was changing. With a dramatic puff of air, as been holding its breath with indignation. I do hope your day's endeavors have been worth abandoning your faithful servant for hours on end. I imagine whatever inane nonsense kept you away was terribly important. Perhaps a riveting chat with one of your incredibly mundane customers. What are you saying? You actually wanted my company? I thought you wanted to be alone. Of course, master. I live to be ignored and neglected and left stewing in stagnation while you frolic about with the fanged employees and amateur spell work. It brings me immeasurable joy to gather dust alone in your tiny cramped abode. Something tells me you're being sarcastic right now. You don't say. What a master of deduction. How will I ever escape the clutches of your incredible intellect? I did ask if you wanted to come with me, you know. Which I did not. So, what is it you want exactly then? Not to be alone, but also not to spend any time with me? Precisely. Your wisdom knows no bounds, master. Though, to be candid, for a moment, I much prefer your company over the lurking menace that you insist on calling an employee. Honestly, a vampire master? Did you already know? I could hardly call myself a grimoire if I didn't know the scent of a vampire. I didn't think being a book had anything to do with smelling people, but alright. Ah, right, I forgot. Your brain lags behind sometimes. Master, let me spell it out to you quite simply. Magic is in the air. It threads the threads of reality and the auras people leave behind. Vampires, they reek of old blood, undeath, and regret. They are more than simple to pick out. But by all means, continue trusting him. I'm sure nothing could possibly go wrong when employing an emotionally fraught bloodsucker with impulse control issues and a sad backstory. He's not really employed by me, he's employed by my aunt, and either way, Aunt Sylvie trusts him, and this store is a place for people who have nowhere to belong. I would never just throw him out. Barnabas let out a long, drawn-out sigh, as though his entire world had grown tiresome. Oh, very well, then. Continue ignoring my sage advice and do as you please. After all, it is your funeral, not mine. He turned his attention toward your half-eaten dinner and snorted derisively. A meal fit for a king, I see. A truly inspired use of your time and resources, master. You know, you're pretty judgy for a stack of paper. It's probably why you don't have any friends. He continued eating, waiting for Barnabas' almost guaranteed response. A stack of... The gall of you! The gall! I don't need nor desire friends. I live to serve, not frolic around and have fun like some. Oh, yeah? Why do you get so huffy every time I leave you alone? Barnabas fluttered indignantly, his pages puffing outward in an offended ripple. Because, master, leaving me unattended is this... drafty little hovel is a waste of rare, precious genius. Not because I'm lonely, heavens forbid. I simply find it offensive that to be shelved when I am in once a millennia arcane artifact. Totally not lonely. I am above loneliness. Loneliness is for sentimental beings with soft hearts. I am made of enchanted ink and intellect. Besides, I have plenty of company today. Lady Seraphina of House Moonridge, accursed Countess Belladonna of enchanting her husband with a love hex again, and the fallout was positively catastrophic. Wine flung, curses shouted, the hat caught fire, utterly riveting. Now, I could be going crazy, but I'm pretty sure those are characters from a television show. We did leave the TV on for him. The real sorceress of Silverkeep, in fact. It does not surprise me that you know so little about it, but it is a fascinating documentary. I am curious if that's like a reference to one of the other games that the studio puts out. I haven't played everything. I'm getting around to it. But that's kind of... That would be really funny if it is. I like throwing in the references, so I wouldn't be surprised. A documentary. And you enjoyed watching this documentary? It was purely academic viewing, master. A study of interpersonal dynamics and magically inclined nobility is research. Yeah, that's what they all say. Did you spend all day watching it? I may have absorbed 8 episodes, but it's only because Countess Belladonna's familiar betrayed her, and I had to see how that arc resolved for scientific integrity, obviously. Right, scientific integrity. Yeah, next time you binge shows, you have to say it's for scientific integrity in the future, okay? Honestly, if they simply enchanted their contract bindings properly, none of this would have happened. Amateur hour, truly. Also, Seraphina's illusion magic is atrocious. Her whole tower is a lie, and no one is talking about it. You do know that's all fictional, right? Obviously, Master, but some elements ring true. Magic, after all, is based purely in reality. There have been countless Lady Seraphinas and countless belladonnas throughout history. Anyone like me in there? Why, yes, there happens to be a talking toad that advises the Countess. I believe the character is called Toadsworth. You share many qualities. Careful, Barney. Compliment me too much, and I might actually fall for you. You would not be the first human to do so, trust me, nor the last. Hello? Is the book romanceable? Is this what I'm getting here? Huh? Wow, ladies man over here. There's no way, right? Yeah. It's not in the list. That would be crazy if it was. Look at all these babies. Oh my god. Anyway. Finishing up your food, you cleaned up and then glanced over towards Barnabas, who was still watching you. It's late tonight, but maybe tomorrow we could do some practicing. I'm always prepared to further your knowledge and skill, Master, though perhaps you could begin by tidying up this horrendous mess you call a room. Honestly, a pigsty, truly. It feels a little unfair. This is my aunt's stuff, not mine. It's not like I chose to have a room full of clutter. You have lived in it for a week and haven't bothered to put away your own dirty dishes, Master. I would not disdain to call it a good defense. With a groan, you conceded and began to put the room in order. You didn't have the energy for it, but you also didn't have the energy to argue with a book. Oh, by the way, is my whole magic shtick meant to be a secret? Do I seem as if I have the answer to every question, Master? You seem like you like to think that, yes? Well, I am pleased to see you accepting the truth. But to answer your question, yes, in general, revealing one's magical capabilities to the mundane masses is frowned upon, especially when one is a fledgling spellcaster who lacks any kind of control. You're far from more likely to set your sleeves on fire than impress someone. Hey, I'm already getting down the spell you taught me, as did every toddler I taught in the past. I'm on the level of a toddler. Just below, actually, but don't be discouraged, Master. Toddlers are remarkably clever these days. You know, a bit of encouragement wouldn't kill you. No, but it might kill you, and I'm growing strangely fond of not being shoved in a forgotten drawer again. So consider my criticism a public service. One day it might even save your life. One day I'm gonna be so good at magic that you're gonna eat those words. When that day comes, Master, I shall serve them with tea, jam, and commemorative plate. Until then, try not to burn down the house. I wonder how flammable you are. Excuse me? Did you just threaten to ignite me? Me, the illustrious Barnabas the Magnificent? I'll have you know I am warded against flame, though clearly not against rude commentary from reckless amateurs. Honestly, how flammable are you? Have you no shame or decorum? No decency? You're so easy to wind up, Barney. Yes, well, enjoy your jests at my expense, master. It's good to have a hobby when one lacks talent. I'm sure you know all about that. Going back to the don't tell anyone unless you burst into flames, yada yada. Is it okay if I trust someone? That is your decision, master. There have been many famous spellcasters who are quite open about their craft, others who were inherently secretive. Some were revered and some were visionaries, others were burned at the stake. It's a bit mixed bag, really. Adoration. Trust is a valuable resource best spent in the small increments and monitored closely. So you're saying I should trust but be careful? No, I'm saying you should trust me and be wary of everyone else. But since I know you won't listen, be careful. At least try to be. Magic may be your inheritance, master, but a secrecy is your shield. You don't yet know what kind of eyes might be watching or what they want. You're being uncharacteristically serious right now. Yes, well, even I'm allowed moments of grim sincerity. Now, if you are quite done probing the depths of philosophical trust, please turn on the next episode of The Real Sorceress of Silvercape. I need to see if Lady Seraphina finally hexes that two-faced necromancer or just throws another goblet. Yeah, here you go. He lifted up the remote and turned on the television. Screen lit up with images, loud voiceover. Barnabas fell silent, and you took the opportunity to settle into bed. With a yawn, you glanced towards the window and the moon hanging high, bright above the treetops. As tired as you were, sleep did not come easily. Thoughts raced through your mind, and the events of the day felt more vivid than ever. Still, after some tossing and turning, you fell into deep sleep, accompanied by the occasional gasp from Barnabas in the background. I just love the idea of a magic book so in love with a TV show. It's so good. Oh my god. Rainy day. I want to play more, but my voice is killing me, so. We save, and we're gonna call it a day. Anyway, thank you all for stopping by. Thank you, VOD gang. Yes, I know most of you watch my VODs rather than be here live, and that's okay. Life happens. It's the holiday season. Shit gets busy. I don't expect you all to be here. It is nice when you can, though. Anyway, I will see. I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow. Tomorrow is a big maybe. Because I have a call that I have to take tomorrow, and it might lead to extreme depression. It's a sensitive subject for me. But we'll see how that goes. If I feel up to it, maybe it'll be an art stream. Other than that, I'll see you Thursday for sure for an art stream. But, yeah. I'll catch y'all next time. We streamed for a really long time. That last day was so long. So much happened. Oh my god. Florian, Eden. Ah! Anyway. You do take care, and we'll play this more next week, baby. The amount of yapping I had to do for this game, it fucking hurts. God. I love fucking visual novels, but they're not voiced. I'm just like dying. Anyway, this is so good though. I do have fun doing the voices, but it does hurt. I can't do my typical range for longer streams, so some of the lower voices I intended, like for Florian and Eden, probably a little higher than I normally would make them, but that's okay. It's really hard to deal with it when my muscles, or to manipulate my vocal cords when my muscles are incredibly tense. But, yeah. Anyway, I'll catch y'all later. Do read Fair Trade. I am gonna be able to put out the last chapter preview soon. With not my voice, which is great because my voice over for it is kind of shitty. I'll probably end up reposting that video on TikTok when I get the voice lines later. So, and yeah. Anyway, read Fair Trade. Support me on all platforms. All that fun stuff. Links below. And I'll see ya when I next see ya. Bye bye!